What's going on, Rupert? How are you?
Who, me?
Yes, you, Rupert Pumpernickel.
I am not Rupert Pumpernickel.
Yes,
I'm not Rupert Pumpernickel.
That's your new name, buddy.
I'm Jehoshaphat.
You know what? I'm gonna post that picture that you sent me.
No, don't do that.
Yes.
We can find a better one.
Yes, I want to see your actual face. So that'd be even better.
I'm sure we can find some good ones.
Nitro is the glory. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast with your host tonight, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and if you are unlucky, the Finnish village idiot, JQ. This is the RC podcast with no name, but plenty of content. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some serious bench racing.
Yes, indeed. Nitro is the glory, but ebuggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 39 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, a.k.a. Lefty the Great, and wow, episode 39. 11 away from 50. When I get to 50, I'm going to do like a double middle fingers to Joseph. Like, yeah, go F yourself, Joseph. Look, episode number 50. Yeah, good stuff. Well, I mean, literally, really, I am over 50 episodes for podcasts. I'm actually at 50. So I have 11 starting grid ones that not all of you guys listen to. And I have 39 No Name RC podcasts. So it's been a busy 8-9 months. I think I've been at this. No, almost 10 months now. Yeah. It's been an interesting 10 months. And, you know, I can't do it without the love from the No Name RC podcast listeners or the hashtag NNRC Squad. Man, you guys are so awesome. You know, I'm getting messages throughout the week, talking to people, meeting new people who like the podcast, who tell me about their RC experiences, where they live, where they're racing. And I really enjoy that because I enjoy meeting new people. So do not hesitate to just shoot me a message if you just want to talk RC. You got something you want me to talk about on the podcast, shoot me a message. You want to come on the podcast, a part of the Techno RC Grassroots Racer Spotlight, shoot me a message and we'll work out something. You know, I know it's hard getting around. I have a real life sometimes, and people have real life. So, you know, have to work around and work out a schedule to record. So, thank you to all of our listeners, man. Thank you. We cannot do without you. Let's keep sharing. Let's keep liking. Let's keep spreading the No Name RC podcast love and help grow this podcast. The bigger it gets, the better it will be. So, we got some cool things planned for RCGP that I'm looking forward to, and it's going to be great. Thank you to our sponsors. RCMX Online, one of the latest, greatest, newest RC websites, catering mostly to off-road. Go check them out at RCMX Online. Check out their like their Instagram, like their Facebook page. Show them some love. Thank you for. We also on their website. They have a page for our podcast. You can find most of our podcasts on that page as well. So big thanks to RCMX Online for all that they do to help promote this podcast. So let's show them some love. Euro RC is our title sponsor with the best motto, I think, in RC. Euro RC, just RC, no bullshit. Check them out. They are growing and becoming one of the biggest online and physical hobby shops in Europe. They have everything that you need. Check them out. In the type, if you want to save some money, just put in caps NNRC. And you will save some shingles on your order, you know, and it shows the podcast some love. Techno RC, Grassroots Racer Spotlight. There will not be one this week because the podcast is already long. So I will be back next week with the Techno RC Grassroots Racer Spotlight. Thank you to Matt and Danny for coming on and sponsor this segment. It is a popular segment. I know I have to catch up with people who have asked to be on it. Just keep on me, guys. I know messages get buried. We will record, and you will get your chance to have your say. So check out technorc.com. I don't have a promo code for them, but tell them Lefty sent you from the No Name RC podcast, and I'm sure they will hook you up. Assault RC, Beach RC, Brent Densford. Good people, man. He's been a big supporter of our podcast from this get-go. Thank you, Brent. for all that you do and all your support. Please show Assault RC some love. Show Beach RC some love. Hey, they're just good people, man. Brent and Lucas down there in Myrtle Beach. They have an awesome track. They have an awesome hobby shop, online shop, and they're just hitting it from all angles. And they're doing a great job of representing the, representing our hobby / sport and keeping it old school, but also new school. So thank you to them. And, just tell them you heard from Lefty, and they'll hook you up. They'll hook you up as well. Bipolar Designs, Jason Darling out of El Paso. Man, he's pushing out some good decal work. He's doing all of Cole Ogden's decal work. He's growing slowly, small business out of El Paso. Check him out, man. He'll get you covered. He does some great custom decals. He can customize all your stuff. If you have a paint scheme, he can set you up, and your charger wraps, your radio wraps, whatever you want to get wrapped, he can do it in the scheme of in the same customization of your paint scheme. So check him out. Tell him that you heard about his business from the No Name RC podcast, and I'm sure he will get you hooked up. BK Servos. No, BK Servos is mostly an RC aviation website. I mean, Bert is a professional RC pilot, helicopter pilot. He has a really cool podcast, and they have some great videos that I post now and then because I love all forms of RC. But they do have some great BK servos for 8 scale that are back in stock. I will post a link to their webpage there's always a link to their webpage in the description, but I will post a link to the servers that they recommend for 8 scale use. With the promo code, so you can save some moolah. You save some moolah and get some badass servos for your 8 scale or 10 scale needs. So thank you to BK Servos. And lastly, 454 RC Works. My buddy Clint Treadway out of Texas, pushing out all types of great 3D printed goodies, carbon fiber goodies, and I believe he's moving on to aluminum. His website is in the description as well as a promo code, so you can save some money on your purchases. And remember, everybody, showing our sponsors some love shows the podcast some love. So we appreciate everything. Every time you go on their website and check them out and buy something from us, it shows us some love as well. So please support those that support you. So, yeah, good stuff. So this week we have a couple guests on the podcast. Our main guest is Brandon Rohde from Live RC. Brandon and I got to talking a couple months ago after the Nationals, and he agreed to come on the podcast. So we finally made it happen. We talked to him. I get to talk to him about how Live RC came about, what's in the future for Live RC, what does he think of RCGP, what does he think of the state of RCGP. We actually share a lot of ideas and a lot of thoughts, similar thoughts on what way RC should go. So it was a good chat with him. And, we all criticize Live RC, myself included. But, if it wasn't for Live RC, we wouldn't be able to watch these big races that we get to see. And I am appreciative of it because I enjoy watching it. And, I'm just a fan of RC. Like, I didn't watch Wicked Weekend this weekend because it didn't have proper video, but it had the scoring, and I could tell a lot from the scoring. So thank you, Brandon, for coming on. I appreciate your time, and I look forward to the new, you keep on doing RC productions. So good stuff. Also, Josh Garbert. There's a race coming up in November called the Blue Ridge Nationals. It's in Virginia. It's going to be indoor. It's the first time it's ever happening. Josh Garbert is the man behind it. He's out of North Carolina. I've been talking to Josh since beginning of the year, so I've known about this race for a while. Now he's ramping up the promotion for it. So, yeah, first weekend of November, there's a big indoor race. More information will be provided over the next few weeks as it's available. So he decided to come. He wanted to come on the podcast to talk about his background, talk about the race format, and what he expects the track to be like and the race itself. So thank you, Josh, for coming on. And hey, if you guys aren't doing anything the first weekend of November in the East Coast, you should probably go check out this race because there is not many races going on the East Coast, especially because it will be winter. So check it out. I mean, there are races, but you know what I mean. I decided to get a good friend of mine who's a JQ racer and spent the entire week at the Wicked Weekend race. He was actually there 3 days before the race actually happened. A great young man, Trent Walker, out of California, out of Florida. Sorry, him and his dad, they go to a lot of races, but this is the first time he went to a race on his own, and he was pretty good. He had a lot of fun. The Wicked Weekend was a great race. It looked really good. The track was great. It had 600 entries, 300 people there, so it was a big race. It was so good, even Joseph said, we need to go to that next year. And I got his recap and his thoughts on the race and how he enjoyed it. And I appreciate that, man. Thank you for coming on, Trent. You're a great young man. I really like your video report that you've done, and I think you started a trend. So thanks for your time. You know what? Speaking of, we do have a few news things to go over. Oh, sorry. Before we go on, there's just myself and Jeff on the rant this week, and it's actually pretty good. It's something we've probably ranted about before, but it's something that comes up every time after a race time event. So we just kind of address it and talk about it because, you know, that's what we do. We talk about things. Let me call up Joseph, see what's going on. We have some news items to talk about. What's going on, Rupert? How are you?
Who, me?
Yes, you, Rupert Pumpernickel.
I am not Rupert Pumpernickel.
Yes,
I'm not Rupert Pumpernickel.
That's your new name, buddy.
I'm Jehoshaphat.
You know what? I'm gonna post that picture that you sent me.
No, don't do that.
Yes.
We can find a better one.
Yes, I want to see your actual face. So that'll be even better.
I'm sure we can find some good ones.
So what's going on, man? First off, before we get into anything else, I know you have to be super pumped about this weekend. Wicked Weekend happened. It was a great weekend for JQ Racing. We had 2 cars in Sportsman, 3 cars, Sportsman Nitro Buggy. We had 3 cars in Open Nitro Buggy, 1 in Open ebuggy, 1 in Pro ebuggy, and Max kind of just missed the Pro Nitro Buggy, and he hasn't run Nitro Buggy in about 4 years. But I want to say, before, I didn't say it in previous to this, but I want to say big congratulations to Cody Watson. He won Open Nitro Buggy, Open Nitro Truggy, and he was leading under 15 until something happened. He broke a shot can or something and still came back to finish 5th. I'm super pumped because I've been trying to win this. I've been wanting to win Open Nitro Buggy at a race time event since last year, SIC. So we finally done it. It was a great weekend for us. I want to say congratulations to everybody that attended and went and put their best foot forward. It was a great weekend for JQ Racing.
Yeah, it's good. The best thing, you weren't there, I wasn't there, and still there was a JQ presence. And looks like everyone had a good time with good results.
Yeah, the only thing is, like,
really
not
good.
everybody pitted together like usually. But I kind of expected that. Like, you know, Mike set up the tents and only a few people pitted with him. But people were there already and they had, you know, branched off and pit with their buddies. I mean, it's not always perfect. So, but it was a great weekend. Cody's super talented kid. He needed that win to get some confidence with the car.
Okay, let's see what he won. So, Wicked Weekend Open Class,
$250.
Oh man, $250. I'm gonna have to pay him
And
$250. That's right.
And you have to pay Mike Hill and Zach Carr when they send in your.
Okay, where did Mike finish?
10th in Nitro Buggy.
In Open.
Yeah.
$100.
And Zach finished 14th. I don't know if that counts.
That's only top 10. Sorry, Zach.
Okay. And but it's
Who
ebuggy.
else?
Well, JB and Lucas, they broke in Sportsman.
Who TQ'd Open Class?
No, he just can't. He missed it by 1 spot.
Okay.
But he did.
I think $250 is still pretty good.
He did finish
Open
5th in
class
under
win.
15. Does that count? Maybe for race dollars.
Maybe like a third class. Maybe we can put it there.
Well, him and
$30.
and Jason Stubbs, he came 7th in the under 15 class. And both of these
Yeah, so
kids
about $50 race bucks.
okay, well,
Store credit.
well, there goes my paycheck for the for next month.
Yep. Sorry, we're gonna have to use part of your paycheck to pay these guys.
That's all right. As long as I get my new mixer that I want for podcasting, I'll be happy. No, because you know what? I actually need that money because I got my damn electricity bill here. And wow.
So how much does the air conditioning affect that?
Well, a lot, but well, to be honest, electricity is really expensive here, and people's, I use my AC in my bedroom a lot, and then my wife's my wife's sister and her husband were here for a week, so they were using AC in the other room, and I had the AC in her, so my bill was about $75 more than it usually is, but for me, that's a lot of money, because my bill is usually about $100, and that's expensive for here. It should be during the winter, it goes down a lot. It goes to about $50-$60. So it's almost $175. So you know what? Send me some extra money to pay for this damn electricity that this air conditioner is causing me, because I'm spending time in here recording podcasts.
Well, do some extra work that results in extra sales, that results in extra profit, and then I'll pay you some extra money.
You're such an idiot. And we are trying to do something. Stay tuned. We might have a special sale coming up here soon, so that should be good. All right, enough about JQ Racing. Congratulations to everybody. It was a great weekend. Cody and Jason are both coming to RCGP, so it should be good. It's going to be this kid. He's definitely good. He's going to be running Southern Nats here shortly. Everybody wants you to come to Southern Nats, dude. Yeah,
it would be good. I like that race.
Yeah, so it was definitely one of the best races that I went to last year. So we shall see. It's not going to be possible this year, but definitely maybe next year. All right, Joseph. Couple of news events going on. Well, no surprise, but Jessica Paulson signed with Agama. I really like what Nemo is doing. They have like the Junior Justice League of RC. They have a lot of young kids, not kids, but young racers on their team that are doing well. Jessica is like the Wonder Woman addition to it now, with the Kilexes and then the Skidmores. They have a really good young team there in Europe. Hello?
Yeah, it's good. Looks good for them.
Yeah.
The new car seems to be good. They got some good young drivers. They got Ryan Lutz doing really well.
He's going to Australia this week, I believe. Dude, that guy travels so much.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Did you but look at the poll. He's got like 825 votes.
You know what? Lutz is becoming the new Drake.
Yes.
We got some serious competition here now. Drake needs to step it up. Lutz is taking over.
Man, he got 8. Well, mind you, we didn't put Drake on the poll because we knew he wasn't going to come. Even if he,
Well, you didn't put it because you would,
Yeah, I didn't because I knew
You didn't put it because you didn't have the balls, basically.
Anyway, Lutz got 825 votes. I don't think it would have mattered. He is definitely the most popular RC racer.
That's the next poll.
In the world.
Who is the real Captain Club race?
See, you always got to go there. And that's exactly why Drake will not come to this race. It's because it's you. Anyway, let's hope, man.
Yeah, but, let's hope it's Lutz and then we can move on. I honestly think Lutz will be the new Captain Club race here.
I want to see Lutz go to RCGP. And I think he wants to go to RCGP. And the people want him to go to RCGP. That's the most important thing. The people want him to go.
Yeah,
so,
I think he'll go.
We shall see.
The only way he won't go is if someone says he can't go.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think Nemo would object to him going. So we shall see.
Well, then we should be all good.
We shall see. What else? Oh, Masters of Europe. It is Thursday morning. We're recording this. This is the first thing I saw this morning. We knew this was coming. It looks like the Montpellier race, DXR, Buggyland race, Biddy Design race, and Winter Cup are all combining to do a series in Europe.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, though. Are they going to have a website or something and give points? But all the races are like they are now, so they're separate. There's no, consistent coverage of them. So they're just separate races, but...
I think it's just going to be
a better top 25, basically.
Yeah, for Europe. It's probably the goal is to get racers getting 2 races in Europe and then getting a proper ranking system for, based a proper rank based off 5 races. I would assume. Not just for the pro guys, but for every racer in Europe. But it also depends on how many racers go to each race. Because you know what? I am all for series because Europe doesn't have a European series race. You know, there is none. They have individual country series, which we know of, but this is actually a good thing for Nitro Buggy. But you know what I want? I want all the naysayers, every single one, who said RCGP can't work, we don't need a series in Europe, blah 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 blah. All the
it's
naysayers.
Too expensive. No one can travel to all.
It's only for rich people. If I don't see these same hypocritical bastards saying anything about this, then I'll just be like, twiddling my thumbs, like, oh, what's this all about? A series you said wouldn't work, but this is okay?
Yeah, they're not going to complain.
No, of course not, because you're not involved. The whole point was you're involved in, and
But
I think
it's good. It's good we inspired these guys to actually work together and do something.
Yeah,
I think it's still. I mean, the industry is so small. Mm-hmm. It's not going to support multiple good series. Like, it's just not going to work. The best way is still for as many as people as possible to work together, to do something together. That can be big enough then to make a change. But if it will continue like this, like, okay, now there's this series, maybe
it's just going to dilute
someone else does something else, then we're in the point where the car brands are now, for example. There are too many brands. Then in racing, it will be there are too many series. There's too many races to choose from. The companies support different races, different series. The drivers support different races,
and they
different
all get
series, and
they
all basically fail because no one will have enough, a big enough piece of the pie to where it makes sense.
Yeah, it's like when somebody says, "I'm gonna make another track because I didn't like this track," and they make it like 30 minutes away, and then it's split. So I don't want to see that. But yes, a European series one is good. You know, my question will, like, I think DXR is the biggest race on there, probably Montpellier and DXR. Will all the people that travel from DXR travel to Biddy Design? You know what I mean? Or because a lot of people don't travel out of country. Like we've seen that, like, you know. And
if this keeps on going, then in years to come, I would expect it to encourage more people to travel to these races.
Mm-hmm. It should be interesting. It will be interesting to see. We knew it was coming, and hey, Europe needs a Nitro Buggy series. So, good stuff. Will you be participating in it? As many races as you can? You do go to quite a few of these races usually.
Yeah, it kind of depends on the year. So Montpellier, I don't go to because I'm typically in America that time. DXR, yeah, maybe because it's quite late in April. So
are you welcome at DXR? Them guys really don't like you.
I know, why wouldn't I be?
Oh, your whole JQ has confirmed he will not be attending next year.
Yeah, but I had actually said I'm not going. So
yeah,
I don't think I'm banned from there.
I don't know.
Buggyland, typically a time of year that I don't go. What else was there?
Biddy Design.
Biddy Design, that's a fun race. Yeah, that could be one that I maybe would go to.
Mm-hmm. That should be good.
Padova, yeah, no way. I'm never going to Padova.
What, you don't like that track, or?
Yeah, I don't like the guy or the track.
Oh, God. Okay.
The guy was like non-ironically sharing neo-Nazi propaganda on Facebook. I was like, yeah, I'm not really into this. And then also, just from hearing all the trouble he's causing with the federations in Italy and all that stuff, then not really interested. And then on top of that, the track itself, super loud, super noisy. It's cold when they have their races. You have to use additive pretty much, apparently. If you don't use additive, you're off the pace. So it's just, no, thank you.
I don't know. I've never been there. I've never heard anything about it, so I wouldn't know. But, yeah, good stuff. Any other news items you want to cover before we go into the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment?
Yeah. I had a pretty popular Facebook Live.
Yes. I forgot all about that. That was really good.
I had a Facebook Live where I was talking about the Kyo Show, Associated, and JQ buggies, and comparing them, and because I tested them for a couple of days. So I got a lot of feedback for that from people saying that they really liked it. So maybe people could check that out.
Yeah, you know what?
I think I'll actually still have, like, the next time I do a Facebook Live, I'll have a bit of a conclusion, because I did sort of conclude it, but I think it slipped by some people. So,
well, you know what it reminded me of?
Conclude it a bit.
It reminded me of the good old days in car magazines when they did shootouts with different cars.
Yeah, I wish I could do that. I'd really like to do that.
Some people should send you some more cars then. We need to get you an HB, an X-Ray, a TLR.
But,
and then you can go out there and
for me to really get, or for me to express myself exactly how I want, and so people can really understand what I mean, I would really need to write it down. Like, I can express myself a lot better in writing than speaking.
I don't know. I think you did a really good job yesterday, and people people can get your humor. But I mean, it would also be a good thing for the guide. It would be good to be written as well as video content. So
yeah, I think it's interesting because every car has its own distinct sort of personality in a way, and by personality I mean the way it drives, the way it feels on track. Even if you have two cars that you think are the same, you have a Mugen and an Associated, and people always say, oh, Associated just copied Mugen. They're still different. Mm-hmm. So when you drive them, you feel you have a different sensation when driving. They have a different they are like, on a race car, you can't perfect everything. It's always a compromise. If you improve one thing, something else will, be a bit worse. You can't make everything the best it can possibly be. So you have to choose what to prioritize. And because of that, you have endless combinations of ways of designing and building a car. So that's why some cars, they look very similar, but then you drive them and they drive differently. And I find that interesting to figure out the personality of each car. And the best way to tell is when you first drive it, the first 2 laps, you can really tell. Mm-hmm. And then you sort of adapt. So, yeah, it's fun.
Interesting. I thought it was great. I'm happy to see you doing Facebook Lives again. I mean, yes, as much people say they hate you, so many people tune into them, and I think it's good for you. It's good for the brand, but it's really good for RC because, people can talk all the crap they want about you, but you do know your shit. And I enjoyed it. I caught it yesterday. I am pissed off about you because at what you said about the JQ car, because just like in hot weather and it gets, well, you know what? Wicked Weekend was hot. The track was exactly how you described it, and the car done well. It can do better.
But my point, do better. Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying that that's where it needs to improve. But I also said, like I said, for your like average guy, for open class drivers, for 20th place at the Worlds sort of guy, or let's say 30th place at the Worlds.
You mean like you?
Well,
actually, that's better than what you finished at the Worlds.
I would say I'm just outside of this group, but for those kind of guys, the car is really good because it's fast. Like I was saying, like you just drive it around the track and it's really fast. Mm-hmm. Yes, maybe they can feel that on power it's not as stable as they'd want it to, but it doesn't really affect their result. Like they'll do just the same with another car. Let's put it that way. Okay. What I mean is then when you're trying to beat the best in the world and you're trying to get the last tenths of a lap time, and you're doing consistent laps and you want to be just a bit faster and you want to push just a bit more, that's when you can tell these things like, this should be a bit better here. Maybe I could be a bit faster, Mm-hmm. So it's just kind of chasing those last.
I think you should keep it up. I think you should do some more cars next week and then do it again. I thought it was great. It was well received. I saw messages from people that are like, man, that was a great Facebook Live. So kudos to you, man. And you keep it honest. Too honest.
And also another thing is that, wait a minute. Ei, voit saattaa. On se jo kuivunut.
Here we go. We've finished, Tongue.
Next ajaa.
Yes, we're going to go hunt some reindeers.
Minne?
Yes. And then drink reindeer urine. That's probably what they're saying. Then we'll harvest them and use their pelts for making tents, nomadic Finnish. I'm sorry, I was just translating what you were saying in Finnish.
Oh, okay.
Welcome back.
Where was I? I was supposed to say something about What were you saying?
We was talking about the cars and the Facebook Live and you keeping it honest, and that I think you should test more cars. And then I don't know what you was gonna say. You got interrupted.
Yeah, my flow was interrupted.
You got talking about reindeer hunting.
It was something about. Oh yeah. So the what's important to remember is that if I took any of those three cars, the Kyosho, my car, or the Associated, I think with my setup knowledge and skill level as a driver, I would do that same best laps. I think so, because the thing that's limiting me is my skills, not the car. Mm-hmm. So and that's kind of my point. When you're racing in the open class, your limiting factor is not so much the car, it's more your skill level. When you are David Ronefalk or Ongaro or Mayfield, then the thing that's limiting you is the car, and not necessarily the brand or model of your car, but your setup. So maybe if you change your settings, you can go a bit faster, because you already you're maxing out what the car can do because your skill level is so high. So that's sort of where the fact that the JQ car gets unstable when accelerating in certain situations mm-hmm. can be an issue. Like if an open class driver drives it, it's not as big of an issue, I think, than if Ronefalk drives it. In my mind, that's how I kind of see it, because I think it's hard. It's a hard thing to explain.
Mm-hmm. I get it, but you
can do the same best laps. You can still win any race, but there's a difference when you have two equal drivers maximizing the potential of the cars, going against each other, racing each other. Then when Ongaro has everything going for him, he dominates and wins, right? Then DNC, his car isn't that good, and he gets second. You see what I mean?
Yes.
His potential will be like he just wins, and no one has a chance to beat him. That's what he does when the car is perfect for mm-hmm. him. Well, but then when it's a bit off, he's still fighting for the win. You know, he's just that good, but the car isn't doing what he wants it to do. He's compensating with his skill level.
Got you. Well, you described this in the Facebook Live, and I think everybody should go check it out if you want to see the results that you came up with. And I'm looking forward to you. I think you should, like, once a month, test 3 different cars. I'm sure people will send you cars to test. That's how much people want to see this. So, or you will find
that'd be cool.
Yeah,
maybe over the winter when I go to America, that would be fun.
Yeah.
Try different cars and give my opinion of them.
All right. So just to recap, Jessica Paulson moved to Nemo. Good for Nemo. Masters of Europe. Good. Europe needs a series, so that looks positive. Facebook Lives. Good. And what else? Oh, I wanted to just clear up something for RCGP. You have until the end of this month to confirm and make your payments to enter, right, for the RC2 class. Just so people don't get confused, because I know people see numbers and they get confused. You just have to pay the $125 entry fee by the end of this month. You don't, if you want to have reserved tires and stuff like that, you can do that as well. So sign up, get it done, because you know what? At the end of this month, we're going to start putting people on the waiting list that are waiting to come. They're going to start getting emails, or they have started.
Yeah, and also if you know that you're not going, then also email RCGP so that your spot can be given to someone else already now. They can book hotels and flights and figure out their travel arrangements.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let's go on to the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
You are now locked in to the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment. Check out AssaultRC.com for the latest products for all your performance RC needs. Featuring the best lubes and specialty tools on the market. Use promo code LEFTY19 at checkout for 10% off your entire order at AssaultRC.com.
Welcome to the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment. This is the part of the podcast dedicated to your setup questions. Are you going to try to stump Joseph or whatever you want to know? Ask away in our Facebook page. So, Joseph, this week's question actually comes from a guest on the podcast. It's Josh Garbert. He's on a guest this week, but he wants to know, is there a difference in radios? So his point is like people who have these low-end radios compared to people who have these high-end radios. And I'll even add to that, do you think there's a difference between Futaba, KO Propo, and Aerotron, and Sanwa?
Well, I think if you're taking this hobby at all seriously, that you like to go club racing, you go to the track, I try and go weekly to the track, trying to improve, and I think you should get a good radio. So sort of mid-level radio and up. So the ready-to-run radios and sort of the cheapest radios, I don't think they're up to the task, really, if you want to improve your racing. So you need to get sort of your mid-range radio that has all the settings and uses the same receivers as the high-end radios. You need to get one of them at least. Mm-hmm. And then as for between the different brands, there are differences. They do the sort of response time and how it feels, the connection, how it feels, it is a bit different. And also the controls itself, like how long the throttle is, for example, or the steering throw. There are some differences, but those are all differences where you can do the same with any radio. It's just which one you pick and which one you get comfortable with. And that's pretty much it, I think.
Now,
so it doesn't really, it's not a case like if you don't have a Futaba, then you can't do as well. Mm-hmm. You can do as well with any of the top radios.
I think that's all about connection. I have a buddy, I'm not going to say his name. He just recently upgraded from the MT44, the Aerotronics MT44. And believe it or not, radios get clapped out to people, just like cars. And he's now running the M17, and he swears down he can just feel such a big difference with it, And I want to try I've never really tried a Sanwa radio. Jeff is another one who says he went from Futaba to Sanwa and it's improved a lot.
Back in the day, there was a noticeable difference between the Spectrum and others. The Spectrum wasn't really liked by top drivers. Mm-hmm. Because, so I don't know how the Spectrum is now. But back in the day, I know there was
everybody has
clear difference there.
2.4 gigahertz now. So, I mean, if you look on the driver stand, the majority of top drivers run Sanwa.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's right.
And a lot of them aren't sponsored by Sanwa. They buy their radios.
Yeah, I don't know the hour amount. Because the hour meter only goes to, I think, 99 or something, and it stops.
Yeah.
So you'd have to reset it. But I typically go 1, maybe 2 years on the radio, and then I just switch it out. You don't necessarily need to switch the whole radio. I forget what it's called in English, but the part that wears out for steering and throttle, the one part that recognizes the position of it, you can just switch those out. And it actually does make a noticeable difference, because what will happen in an old radio is that it's not as sensitive anymore. So when you throttle it a bit, the servo will move more. So it changes how the curve of the throttle or steering. So it makes sense to change. Usually when I change my radio to a new one, the car just feels smoother. Everything is easier. It feels smoother to drive.
Yeah. Well,
so yeah, it does make a difference.
It's like anything, man. The more money you, honestly, in electronics and pretty much anything, the more money you spend, the better quality you will get.
Yeah.
it's like even microphones, like we've been talking about for podcasting stuff. There's such a big difference from a $100 microphone. I mean, you may not hear it, people may not hear it, but if you get more, the more serious you get into stuff, the better equipment you need. So, yeah, I mean, a radio is a big investment, but it's something that can last 2 to 3 years as well from brand new if you take care of it. So, I think having a top class radio makes a difference. You know, driving my scale trucks with these little cheap RTR radios that come with them, and that's completely different from racing. But it just you can feel the lag in it, like, you know, and it's just, ugh. And people race with these type of things, these type of radios. I wouldn't race with that. It's crazy. All right. Yep. Well, thank you, Josh, for your question. Thank you, Joseph, for your time. Enjoy your time at the track. And when will your next Facebook Live be?
Well, I wasn't sure on when to do the conclusion thing, if I do it today or the next week. Mm-hmm. So maybe next week. I also need to rebuild my clutch and center diff and that stuff and finish off that sort of Facebook Live series.
Got you.
Probably Monday or Tuesday I'll do it.
All right. Well, cool, dude. Thank you for your time, and enjoy the rest of your day, Rupert.
Cool.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Euro RC. Just RC. No bullshit.
So we had Wicked Weekend this past weekend. Great race done. It's in Gainesville, right, Trent?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I got my buddy Trent Walker. He's a JQ Racing guy. Known Trent and his dad for a while, him and Mike, the out of Florida. So Trent spent the whole week up there. He did pretty well. First time running in pro, which I was a little nervous about, but he did pretty good. So he went up there. We're going to do like a little Wicked Weekend recap, just 10 minutes, talk about it. Because it was a great track. It was some great racing. I didn't get to see much of it, but I was watching on the scoring, and I could tell. So what's up, Trent? Mm-hmm. How was your week up there?
I mean, it was awesome. It was a great learning experience. It was awesome to see the track being built from the ground up. I never really get to see these bigger non-permanent tracks be built, and it was just cool. It was a cool experience.
Yeah, so you went up there with Ryan, I don't know how to say his name, LeCoeur?
LeCoeur. Ryan LeCoeur in my book.
I'm sorry, so it's like French. All right. Yeah, you went up with him early, hanging out with the SOAR guys, because there was like, I know Adam Ross came down from Canada, and
yep.
You know, Jeremy and Cole. I know a few of the Ross guys. I'm sorry, the SOAR guys. You know, all good people. They like to have fun. They got Jeremy Cole Caston. He's really good. Young, talented guy.
Oh, yeah, he's super fast.
Yeah. So you actually got I think you actually helped put the track piped on or something like that for entry fee.
Yeah, I helped them build the track, and I laid pipe down, and I helped Bobby rake out some stuff and gave him a little bit of ideas, just a little driver input, and it was fun. It was awesome.
Now, you go to a lot of race time events. I mean, I've known you for now 2 years. You always do SICK, PMB, Wicked Weekend. You did AMS this year too, right?
Yep. AMS this was the first year we attended AMS.
So how did you like the Wicked Weekend layout and track?
The layout was awesome. I mean, it was very technical. So you kind of like when it was being built, I figured it was going to be an on power track, you know, on the gas all the time. Mm-hmm. But it was actually the complete opposite. I mean, you had to baby the throttle. The only time you really used the throttle out there was on the straightaway and at the beginning of the sweeper. So it was pretty cool. Yeah,
it got pretty rough in some spots too. How was you making?
Yeah, it did.
How about on that quad, which I thought was pretty good because you can double. And I remember when I went to AMS last year, they had a quad that you couldn't double properly. How was you making on that quad?
So that quad, it was originally designed to be a triple, mm-hmm. and when he originally built it, I put my car out on the track before they had all of the other stuff in to test it, and it was easy to do, but I guess the pipe got kind of moved, you know, on the inside a little bit too much, so you couldn't get the run up like I did in mm-hmm. practice. So the safer line for it was in nitro, just to double it. And I mean, it didn't At first, it was kind of hard to do the double because of the face of the lander for the triple had to get run in a little bit. But once all of the cars in practice got done, it was way easier to double it than it was to just triple a single. But in ebuggy, however, there was a lot more torque in those cars, so it was much easier to do it with the ebuggy.
Yeah. What other part of the track did you find difficult? Because Bobby likes to put those rumble sections in, and I actually like those sections. I love whoops, and I like rough sections like that. How was that?
Oh, yes. Me personally, I love the moguls, he likes to call them, or the minefield. I liked that thing a lot just because it kind of puts everybody on their A game. So originally he designed it to where there was not supposed to be a line through it. You're just going to go through it and hope for the best. But of course the pro guys ended up finding that line. But it just kind of kept you on your toes. The moguls were fun, but I think me personally, the hardest part of the track was you went around the sweeper and there was like a little step up jump that went into immediate turn. And right after that immediate turn was an off-camber jump, which you had to set up for the double or triple. And if you were able to kind of whip your car around in the air after going over, you kind of got the run-up for that off-camber double perfectly. But it was hard to hit that right spot because you were on full throttle all the way up, going through that sweeper, and then you immediately had to hit the brakes for that little step-up jump. So that thing was a little tricky to get used to. But all in all, I mean, it was all fun. I loved it. I thought it was an awesome layout.
Yeah, I liked it too. I'm just upset that I didn't go to this race. But it just wasn't.
You weren't there either.
I know. It was like the race I've been waiting for because, like I said, I really wanted you to go to Open because you've come so close in Open to winning it at PNB, at SICK. And I was like, man, I really wanted you to, to get that win in Open in ebuggy or in nitro buggy because you've come so close. So I was worried about your decision to run pro. I was like, man, I don't know. But you did pretty well. I mean, you almost, man, I was so hurt for you. You didn't, I think like in the nitro, you was very close to bumping up into the B main from the C. And then ebuggy, you was so close. Like on the last lap, you lost it. And I was just like, no.
Yeah, it was a big bummer. I was a little bummed after the ebuggy B main. But, all in all, I took it away as a good thing just because, like you said, it's my first time running pro at a big race, and it was so awesome to be that close to being in the main. So that sucked. But, another big bummer for me was in round 2 of qualifying, I got a 16th overall in nitro buggy, and I needed to get like a 15 or better in order to, start higher up in the B main. But man, that round 3 of qualifying was just rough, man. Everybody was bouncing off of each other. And, I got hit so hard, the rear body mount actually got ripped off of my tower.
Yeah. So how was it transitioning from Open to Pro? I know it's something you've been thinking about doing since we talked at AMS. When I talked to you after AMS, and this is you kind of took a break from racing for a while, you and your dad. Your dad still hasn't come back racing. Maybe this would inspire him to come back and come back racing. Yeah, he just says it's too hot. He's enjoying the water too much.
Yeah.
He just messaged me actually. He's really pumped about your which we'll get into in a minute. Your race report. So the transition from Open to Pro, how did you feel? About it.
I know with most people, they kind of get under pressure. They feel like it's more pressure bumping up. But for me, how I took it is I kind of didn't really go in with any expectations. I was just going to go out there and drive my own car and do my best just, not to wreck and hit my lines and everything. And, I figured that the driving would be a little cleaner, but, everybody's kind of pushing way harder in the pro class. But it was fun. It wasn't a hard transition. I think, the big thing for most people is, like I said, is pressure just because it's called pro and not Open. But, honestly, I kind of encourage a lot more people to make the jump because, if you guys want to be the fast guys, start racing with the fast guys,
Most definitely.
That's kind of how I took it.
Most definitely. And I'll be honest, the pro class was a bit light this year, Wicked Weekend, it wasn't as stacked as probably PNB or even AMS was stacked this year as well. But you'll get there. Like, it's not easy. It's almost like now you're getting to a level of guys that are faster than you, and as you go up as you climb that ladder from like up in mains, the guys are going to be faster. So you will get faster the more you do it, and the more faster you guys, you'll be like, oh man, I didn't even think of that line. It's like when you go like pro's great, but open's great. It's a great stepping stone. When you get to a point, it's like, all right, I need, I guess you made that decision. It's like, all right, I want to get better, so I'm gonna go to pro. And yeah, man, I think it was good. It was a good move for you. And hopefully you keep on racing and you build on it over the next few months. So yeah, but you spent the whole week up there with Ryan. What did you guys do? Like, I saw you went go-kart racing. You had fun.
Oh yeah, it was a good time. I mean, we got there Sunday night and we slowly just kind of prepared everything since, like I said, we were there for a week. And I think it was Tuesday. It was actually Ryan Lecure's birthday, and he said he wanted to go to that big go-kart track. And I'm not sure of what the name of the track was called. I know that they had like 3 or 4 different courses. They actually had a full-scale car track, and you could purchase or rent a BMW M3 to go out there and play around if you really wanted to. But we went to the smaller kart track, and like I said in my race report video, there was a 4-story elevation change on that track. It was insane.
Yeah,
those carts were booking it too.
Were they electric or fuel powered?
No, they were gas.
Okay. So let's talk about the pro guys that were there. You had Ryan Lutz, who I think he had a mechanical failure who was probably who really was the most stunning fast guy of the whole in Nitro was Brandon Rohde. Brandon Rohde
and Justin Fales.
Yes, Justin Fales did a great job too. Lutz was fast. He had a mechanical that put him down, and who won? It was Bornhorst, I think, who won pro.
Yep.
Pro buggy. Lutz won pro truggy. And ebuggy was Bornhorst too. No, or was it Lutz? Let me see.
It was Bornhorst. Bornhorst won both nitro buggy and electric buggy.
Okay, so he had a good weekend. Cole finished second in nitro buggy and buggy. He had a really bad e-buggy. It doesn't seem e-buggy is something that Cole likes too much.
Yeah,
but definitely a good showing for the fast Southeast kids. I mean, Justin Fales did great. Brandon Rohde, Cole Caston done well. You had older guys like Will McIver. He was he's an older, well, when he says old, he's an older guy from North Carolina who's been racing for a long time.
Honestly, I would like to say, I think Will McIver is one of the most underrated drivers, because this is the second year in a row he's actually made the 8 main at the Wicked Weekend with those guys. I think he actually finished 8th in that race too.
Yeah.
He was flying out there.
He's definitely, he races a lot in North Carolina and South Carolina, so it's definitely paying off. I mean, the Serpent guys had a good show in there. I mean, they have that new car, and they had 3 of them in the A main, so it was really good for them.
Yeah, they had 3 nitro cars in the A, and I believe they had 5 in the e-buggy main as well.
Really? Wow, that's pretty impressive. It was good fun. We got Max Floor, who barely races 8 scale at all. First time even racing the new JQ e-buggy, put it in the main. His nitro, he hasn't raced nitro in maybe 3 or 4 years. So that was something new for him. Hopefully he'll continue to race 8 scale. He's super busy with like Dirt Oval and 10 scale when he does have it. But it was a fun race, man. I'm really upset I missed it. Bornhorst, man. Bornhorst is definitely stepping up his game. He's definitely going to be 2020 is going to be interesting, to say the least.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, he's I think he's finally starting to come around and get his groove on, and I love the rival between him and Lutz, Oh
yeah.
It was funny actually. I walked over to Lutz's pits, and on his e-buggy, Joe Bornhorst had his name sticker on the on his body, and Lutz told me that, Bornhorst said he doesn't like the way Lutz stickers his cars, so he had Bornhorst sticker his Agama body, and he said that if he was going to do it, he was putting his name there, and he kept it there. So
no, that's cool.
I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, they seem to still be friends after Lutz left Techno and whatnot. No, Lutz is a great guy. I haven't really had much interaction with. Well, we have had interaction with Bornhorst. It's not been the best, but he's never done nothing personally to me. And just, yeah, it was a good, I think it was, even though we didn't have all the top pros there, it ended up being a great event. I'm sure it had really good entries. Jeff Keaton's going to have to eat some crow because he said the entries was low. And they had 600 entries, 300 people, more than they did.
Had 600 plus.
And 300 people, so it was more than last year. It was about 30 more people than last year. Looks like everybody had fun. One of the few complaints I heard from people was the excessive down and quiet. And I saw a video of it, and I counted it. It was like 12 seconds.
Yeah, in my Nitro C main, actually, I got placed down, and he was like, hold him, and I was like, listen, if I hold it for any longer, my car might flame out.
All right, so tell me go ahead, sorry.
Go on.
Yeah, I saw that video. I saw that video, and I was just like, man, that's excessive, And I heard it from a few people, and I get it. You're not trying to get people to jump the start, but that's excessive. Like, people's engines loading up, flaming out and whatnot. That's not fun. So
yeah.
You went to this race kind of on your own, not with your dad. This is the first time you've done that. You're older. You're getting 18. You're 18 now, so you're gonna probably be doing races on your own in the future as well. Tell me what stood out most to you at this event compared to others. Like, how much, what did you do different this time? How did you feel like going to a race on your own for really the first time and whatnot?
Well, I mean, I was a little nervous at first just because, like you said, my dad has always been like my right-hand man and my mechanic at the track. So I was kind of a little nervous just trying to find a pit guy that I was comfortable with, really. And I think that was really the only issue. I mean, I stayed relaxed the entire race. I mean, I never felt like I was pressured to do anything. Not that my dad pressures me to do anything like that or anything, but, it's just like it's always nice to have him there just because, he'll go over my cars just a little bit and find that, that's something that might be wrong that I, may not see. But I mean, other than that, I mean, it wasn't, I was comfortable. It wasn't nothing too excessive or anything, it wasn't too bad.
And for anybody that knows your dad and how you guys go to a race, you guys take up an entire tent, with as much stuff as you bring. He brings his whole setup. And, him and Jake, and we have a WhatsApp group. Jake, him and I were cheering you on, and it was pretty cool. And he just messaged me. He's really proud of your. You did. I like what you did. You did a race report. You did a video for it, and I thought it was great. We need to get you a mic, just a mic, or even these earbuds. But I like that, man, and that shows initiative to be different and not just the same old things. And I like that you thought out of the box and that. I haven't watched it all. Excuse me. I haven't watched it all because I'm been kind of busy doing stuff today, but I will watch it. And I said, it'd be you talked about coming on the podcast, and I thought it'd be good because you was at Wicked Weekend to come on her, and just talk about it. So, do you want to say thank you? You want to say anything that you want to get off your chest or anything like that before we sign off and say thank you to anybody?
Yes, I would like to thank a big, huge shout out, thank you to Mr. Ryan LeCure, because I was originally not going to be going to this race, and 2 weeks prior to the Wicked Weekend was the force race held at SS Hobbies, ran by Ronnie Setzer and the Setzer family. And he came up to me while we were there, and he was asking if we were going, and I told him that, it doesn't look like we're going to make it. And he said that he was a fan. He loves watching us drive, and he said that, if they needed any help, that all I needed to do was cover my entry fee, and he'd help me out with everything else. So he was the only real reason that I was able to even go to this race, and I'm really thankful that he gave me the opportunity to do that. So that was awesome of him to do that. And another big shout out is Patrick Rossiter. That man, he will grind for anybody. If you need anything, he will do anything in his power to help you. Me and him actually stayed up till I think 3:30 Sunday morning, working on my cars, getting them ready for the mains. And he and another thing, my ESC, actually, the positive post on my Tekin ESC ended up coming out of the motherboard. So I didn't bring any spare ESCs with me because I didn't think a problem like that was going to occur. But, now I know. But I walked into his trailer where he was pitting, and I asked him if he could try to help me solder it back in, and it was not wanting to go back in. So he reached into his box and handed me a brand new XR8 SCT speed control and wired it into my car himself and got it all ready to go. And Rosser
awesome.
was the only real reason I was able to run
awesome.
ebuggy this weekend.
That's cool.
So
that's
big
what
thank
it's all
you
about.
to him.
Yeah, man, I'm super pumped you went. I was happy for you, and I'm glad you was comfortable. And yeah, I'm looking forward to you going to some more races, man. And probably we'll get you back on the podcast to talk again. Keep up the good work, man. I'm super proud of you, man.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
All right, dude. And let's get your dad back racing. So yeah,
I'll do my best to get it back out on the track.
All right, good buddy. I'll talk to you later. Okay. Thank you
Yes,
for your
sir.
time.
Thank you for having me on.
This is Cole Logden, and you're listening to the No Name RC Podcast.
So, hey, I don't know if you guys have seen this lately, but there's a big race coming up in November. It's in Virginia. It's an indoor race. It's called the Blue Ridge Nationals. Now, the person putting this on is Josh Garbert. So we have him here on the podcast to explain how this started, his background in RC and full-scale racing, explain the actual format, because it's been talked about a lot in the last 2 weeks in some of the Facebook groups on the south of the USA, because this is going to be held in Virginia. So obviously the biggest group of people attending are in the southeast and probably from up northeast as well, because Virginia is kind of in the middle. So joining us this evening on this episode is Mr. Josh Garbert. What's up, Josh? How are you?
Hey, Keaton. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we've talked before. You're a fan of the podcast, and you told me about this racer earlier on in the year, and now it's 3 months away, probably.
Yeah, we're getting close. It's coming a whole lot faster than I had anticipated.
Okay, yeah. So you made the announcement. You have RC signups up. I know you wanted to come on Earth so you can tell people like who you are, what experience you have, clear up a few things that you wanted to clear up, and explain the format. So let's just start off by telling the people like who you are.
All right. Well, thank you. I started out racing a long time ago. I'm an old guy. I started out racing back in 1984. I raced for about 4 or 5 years as I was going through high school at my local track. I was out west in Arizona and kind of cut my teeth out there. I was young, being in high school and all, and started out with a Tamiya frog and bashed it around until I broke it to pieces and all of that. So that's kind of what got me into it. I had a friend that my dad used to race as a hobby racer. We used to race in the Baja, and we used to do hill climb racing. That's what he used to do. And we had a crew member who his son used to race 8th scale gas on road. And so he invited us to an event. Like I said, I grew up in Tucson, Arizona. He invited us up to SRS, which at the time was in Phoenix, for a big regional event or whatever. And just thought it was the coolest thing I had ever seen. Those cars were so fast, and it was a big deal, and there was hundreds of cars there, and it was just really cool. So that's what got me interested in it to begin with. So raced around for 4 or 5 years, then got to college and had other things I had to concentrate on, so I didn't really do it much after that. Kind of put it on hiatus. And then when I got back into racing, which was about 5 years ago now, it was just a matter of pulling some of the old stuff out of the attic, which I had kept everything. And I pulled I had the first generation of the Losi JRX 2 when it first came out. And I pulled that out and showed it to my son, and he's like, "Man, that looks cool. I think I might want to try that too." So that's what got us back into racing. Mm-hmm. But in the meantime, I got out of school, like I said. When I was finishing up in school, I actually went to work for big car racing. I went to work for a local racetrack in Tucson, and that racetrack was owned by the France family, who you might be familiar with.
From
They
NASCAR,
owned
yeah.
and operated NASCAR. And that's really where I started. I started as doing everything. I was doing marketing, I was doing events, I was doing food service, I was doing everything I could to just get as much information and knowledge as possible. I was getting ready to graduate college, and then when the call came, I had worked at the racetrack for about 2 years, and the call came in from the guy now who's the former CEO, Brian France, called me and said, "How'd you like to move to Daytona and come to work at NASCAR?" So I was like, "Well, how fast can you get me there?" And
That's cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. So I moved to Daytona, Florida, and went to work in the marketing department at NASCAR. And that was right about 93. So I was right at the very beginning of the explosive growth of the sport. I was like number 8 or 9 in the marketing department. I mean, it was very small back then, and that's where I started. So I was there for about 2 years, and while I was there, I was responsible primarily for the short track stuff all across the nation, sponsorship, event night stuff, that kind of thing, going to a lot of those racetracks and making sure everything was going well, because they were all sanctioned racetracks. They were all working to present a good show, and we were trying to help them do that. Then, after I did that for a couple years, they asked me to move to Charlotte, which is what brought me to Charlotte, to open up their licensing office. They have a big licensing office here. Obviously, all the teams and everything are in the area, and that was a big portion of their business that NASCAR had a disconnect with. So we wanted to build an office here so we could have better control, have better contact, have better interaction with the race teams themselves, and sell all that logoed merchandise, hats, shirts, paraphernalia, all that kind of thing. So that was that. And then the last thing I did there was when I built kind of the feather in my cap, something I'm kind of proud of, is the NASCAR Technical Institute, which was a vocational technical school that was built in Mooresville. Some people might be familiar, at least in North Carolina, where Speed RC used to be. The NASCAR Technical Institute was right next door.
Okay.
And so I built that from the ground up with the help of another organization that does vocational tech training. And we built that, and just trained a whole bunch of people to do a lot of different things. So that was pretty cool. But so that's kind of my racing background. I'm not coming at it totally blind, and I'll be the first one to tell you that I've never directed an RC race. I've never owned a RC racetrack or a hobby shop. I haven't, but I have done big events. I do know what racing is all about. I race myself. I see what's going on, and I just take all that information in, and then I know well enough that I can't do everything. So I'm planning on going and getting a race director.
Yeah, you're gonna
have a track builder.
Yeah. You're definitely gonna need an RD. There's guys out there they just know what to do. And I'm not even close to knowing what I'm doing when it comes to that stuff. I'll leave that to them.
Right. Well, and I've talked to several people. I mean, and everybody's been very, very helpful. Offered me an advice and help, and and I've gotten advice and talked to people on the East Coast. I've talked to people on the West Coast. They're excited about somebody doing something of this magnitude, and so I haven't decided on who that's going to be, or we haven't come to really terms with anybody yet. So, I can't sit here and say, yes, I have somebody, but we are working through that process. And really same is true with a track builder. I love Bobby. I think he does great tracks. I've been on several of his racetracks and love them. But at the same time, I think there's probably more than 2 guys in the United States that can build a racetrack. It'll all work out, and I think it'll still be, a great time for everybody and enjoyable for the racers out there, and and we'll make it happen.
So, all right. Well, what made you decide to do this?
That's a great question.
From my little bit of involvement in like the RCGP stuff and watching it and just me going to races and just watching where it formed, like just an idea on a computer. Joseph making me read Excel files on a bus ride. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Yeah. And logistic wise, compared to what you used to do, it's probably, you've done this type of stuff on a bigger scale, like, in NASCAR. But what made you decide to do this in RC cars? Like what kind of like clicked in your mind, said, I want to try this?
Well, honestly, it was a couple of things. The first thing was probably the fact that, I started racing with my son about 5 years ago. In this Charlotte area, we are somewhat fortunate in the fact that we do have a lot of racetracks. We do have a lot of outlets that we can go racing. But in the 5 years since we've started, we've had 7 or 8 racetracks that have closed. And whether it's mismanagement or wrong location or run out of money or whatever the case may be, we've had just a ton of races that have closed. And so you would think that, well, that's probably maybe a red flag that says something else is going on here. But with my background in events and with my background in, really specifically NASCAR, I really saw a difference in just going through the NASCAR experience, what it was like to have backwoods racing, back in the day, and then by presenting yourself better, presenting a better product, making it fan-friendly, when you put all those things together, guess what? People will start to show up, and people will really enjoy it. And if they go to a nice place, if they have a good time, if, all of those things come together, it's no different than the stuff that, Joseph and the gang is doing at RCGP. It's that effort to present this in a better light. And, it's no different than the stuff that, quite honestly, Dave's doing. He does a great job with Psycho and Wicked and all the different events that he has. There is no better guy out there doing it right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, Dave does a good job. He's full of energy. He treats us good when we go to his events.
Yeah, he does a fantastic job. And, and I, by all stretch of the imagination, would never say that I can compete with Dave on a regular basis, at least right out of the box. But at the same time, I also want to be maybe the second or third guy in the ring that believes that I can do a product that's similar. I can do a product that's high quality and people are going to have fun, and I can have it at a nice facility and, people have a good time and they want to come back. And I think that just makes things better overall. Ultimately, I want to expand, I guess. It would be expand a little bit and, take that model, if you will, and move it to some other arenas. Why can't you take this model and move it to on-road type of racing or, 10th scale type racing or even 5th scale? 5th scale is kind of up and coming and it has its pockets and its areas where it's real popular, but their structure and their schedules and stuff, there's a lot of kind of area for improvement there, just from man, they don't have a whole lot of big events.
You know, it's funny you should say that. Just off topic, I think a couple of months after PMB, they had like a 5th scale dirt oval race at that same stadium, and there was nowhere near as many people there. But they was still like, I was dumbfounded that they can still race it, like afford to race it. I don't know how much it cost them,
right?
But yeah.
Well, and I've talked to the guys that are up in Canada. I've talked to a couple guys up there that race, and and they have the Canadian Nationals thing that's huge.
Yep.
And they've got one other big event here. I think due to circumstances, Mother Nature, and all that, they got kind of spun out of their event at the DNC, and that was kind of a bummer for those guys. But it's just one of those things that I think if you try and build that, it will come. And so I'm looking at this, and I'm approaching this as more of a long-term business. I'm not out there. It's not going to be a one and done with the Blue Ridge Nationals. The Blue Ridge Nationals are going to be, this year, and we've got a contract in place for the next 3 years to do that. And so if I can then expand that out to some of the other scales and some of the other forms of motorsports, then I think, it kind of improves RC overall. So that's kind of the thought process behind it.
Okay. Well, I know you wanted to clear the air a little bit between yourself, Dave, and Bobby about this whole situation with this arena.
Yeah.
So we talked briefly about it before we came on air. So why don't we just we can start like tell us when you started planning this, and you kind of started this last year.
Yeah, it was just really a circumstantial thing. I mean, I have a business now that happens to be in the same town as the Apex Center, where the Blue Ridge Nationals is going to be. And I was there when they made the announcement, which was way back at the end of 2017. And I was like, okay, that's fine. Duly noted. But I wasn't ready to do anything then anyway. I hadn't even had this harebrained idea then. And then at the end of 18, around September, October, I started showing up because the town of Wytheville actually owns the facility. Excuse me. So I started showing up at the town hall, and I started talking and asking questions and trying to find out, what their cost structure was going to be. Is there any management in charge yet? They were still putting roof panels on the building, and I'm asking if there's a management team in place yet. So, I was asking pretty early on. I had kind of had in my mind that, this might be a good direction, certainly a nice facility, and it might be something I might want to, look into further. So, I started asking around, and they're like, well, we're not going to open until right after the first of the year, 2019. And it got pushed back and moved a couple times, whatever. But so they opened. They had their first rodeo in January or whatever it was. And I was up there again for other business and noticed that they had their event. So I called and asked if I could come out and take a look at the facility. So I came out, the guys showed me around, showed me everything, took me on the tour, showed me all the amenities, bathrooms, restaurants, the arena floor itself, obviously, how all their systems worked, you name it. And so, again, I wanted to explain to them what we were doing, and that's when I used some of those, come drive with us videos to show them what RC racing was all about. And that was professionally produced stuff. I mean, how can you go wrong with that? It's on YouTube. I could look it up, and it was right there. Mm-hmm. So I showed the guys, and they were excited about it. And they're like, yeah, we hadn't seen anything like that before, but we'd like to do something. So let's put together a deal. So I walked out of there, and we were all on board. Well, the coincidence part of the whole thing is the very next day, Bobby Moore shows up at the racetrack or at the facility, and he wants to go on the tour. He wants to look around. He's talking to the same guys I am, and the guys at the facility at the Apex Center, they were like, "Well, oh no, we know exactly what you're talking about. One of your guys was here yesterday." And so Bobby was like, "One of my guys was here yesterday?" And so he was like, "Yeah, well, this guy came in and was talking to us about it and showed us a video and told us all about RC racing and the whole deal." And he's like, "Yeah, so we get it. We know what you want. We know all about the event." And so then Bobby was like, "Well, that wasn't my guy because I am that guy." But so there was that little bit of coincidence and, kind of the timing and how that whole thing fell. And, and it just so happens that that particular day, that particular, couple days in the week, I just happened to be there a day ahead of him, although it was many months in the planning leading up to that. And I know that he and Dave work well together, and and I know he had kind of gotten a tip on this facility as it was going together from a local racer that was, kind of told him about it and maybe you want to go scout it out and look at it and, and all that. And so, I mean, it is a nice facility, and who wouldn't want to have a race there? It's a nice place to have a race, and so that's kind of the whole thing. I have zero. I have no beef with Bobby. I have no beef with Dave. I think they do a great job at what they do, and I think they're the best at what they do. But at the same point in time, it's kind of like I want to be like Mike. I'd like to do the same thing. I'd like to present a good show. I'd like to have a great racetrack, and I think I will. Will I do it the very first time out of the box? I hope I'm close. Mm-hmm. I'm confident that I'll be close. But like anything first time out of the box, there's going to be things that need improvement. There's going to be things that need work. And fortunately, we'll be able to come back and do that in subsequent years. Okay.
Well, that's good. I mean, I'm glad you got to clear the air with them. Wicked Weekend's coming up this week, and unfortunately, I'm not going to be there. It's one of the races that I wanted to go to, but it was, I just couldn't swing it.
Yeah, but, I wish I was there too. Unfortunately, this Wicked Weekend has been one that I've always wanted to go to, and I've got some buddies that swear by it. They go every year religiously, and they keep trying to get me to go. Yeah. But unfortunately, it falls on both of my girls' birthdays every year. So my wife's birthday's on the 18th, my daughter's birthday's on the 20th, and I just can't really get the hall pass, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I can never go to Wicked. And then this year I wanted to try something new. My son and I have been to P&B, several times. We were at 9, 10, and 11. We were going to do something a little different this year and go to AMS. Mm-hmm. Well, AMS worked out great. It was all set, all planned, all ready to go. And then because of the little scheduling conflict they had there and had to move it back a week, well, that fell right on my daughter's high school graduation. So we didn't end up going to that one either. Yeah, it did. They had to push it back. It was some music festival or something going on there. Right, so. Yeah, they didn't have hotels or something. But yeah, we were looking forward to going to that. So tell us a little bit about the facility. Well, the facility itself is... Well, the town and the facility, real quick. Yeah, the town's great. It's a little town. It's been on the map forever. It's a crossroads. It's right at I-77 and 81. So there's a lot of shipping and trucking and stuff that goes on there, and that's kind of what has sustained this little town for most of its existence, really. And so the town is good. There's lots of hotels. They're all very reasonably cheap. There's a couple that have a racing rate, a discounted rate for the event. But there really is probably 10 hotels in the area that are charging less than $60 a night. Okay. I mean, it's kind of a low cost of living type of town. Lots of restaurants, there's a brewery there, there's a pizza place, there's all kinds of stuff. I mean, all different kinds of food that people could have. And you're no more than 5 or 10 minutes away from the track in any direction from all of those things. That's so lots of amenities.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
Will you be promoting to the people in the town to probably come out and spectate this as well?
Well, that's we've been going back and forth, honestly. The fact that it's a new event and a new venue and all of that kind of stuff, there's been lots of excitement in the town. The town is actually kind of in the middle of nowhere. It is, after all, Western Virginia.
So they don't really have much to do. So they might just
end up. They do not have much to do. And because they don't have much to do, there has been, quite a bit of interest in coming out and checking it out and all that kind of thing. So that the final decision on that hasn't been determined yet, because I also believe, Keenan, that until we're at a spot that we can present it to them in a good way, you don't want to turn them off either. So the facility's going to be beautiful. It's going to look like a top-notch event, but you still have those same inherent issues of, small cars, they're hard to see, and nobody knows who any of the drivers are. And from the outside, you watch 2 or 3 races and you're like, okay, I've seen this. You really can't follow somebody through the qualifiers and know who's going to the mains and all that kind of stuff, because it really takes a whole lot more television production or some sort of media production where they can sit in the grandstands and, see those driver interviews and really understand what's going on throughout the course of the event. So what you end up with without that is like you end up at every RC race. You end up with a bunch of people that look at it for a while and say, oh yeah, it's kind of cool, but I don't know who's winning. I don't know who's bad. I don't know who's good. I like to see the crashes, but other than that, I don't really know what's going on. So we're trying to take a look at, obviously there's big interest there. So we may open the doors and just let people wander through the garage and talk to people and that kind of thing. But until we kind of figure out a little bit better way to show people what's going on and tell people who the racers are, and maybe be able to present that, even at football games or any sporting event you go to now, there's a jumbotron and there's, always information being conveyed about the players and what's going on. You can see things up close and personal, and you can see, replays. And when you can start to see that stuff, then you really and you can get into the event. But if you don't have that.
Yeah, I think it's really important. I don't know, a couple of podcasts ago we had Rick from the Top 25 on, and they did a big race called the Manufacturers Cup back in 2007, 2008.
Right.
And he was talking about how they just got an announcer that didn't even know, and this was a race dedicated to get spectators. The grandstands were full. It was like an outdoor, I guess it was an outdoor rodeo arena. And you need an announcer. You need an announcer for the race, and for the racers, and then you needed an announcer for the spectators. So until people start doing that, and if you ever get a chance to go have a look at it, very simple track. Biggest jump was right in front of the spectators. Big tabletop, if guys can go crazy over. They were giving away motocross bikes. I think Tebow won a motocross bike. I think Mayfield won a 4-wheel the next year. Open Class won a year sponsorship to TLR. So it was a good thing. They just ran out of money to keep on doing it.
Right.
But I definitely feel,
and that's a part of it. I mean, you're absolutely right, because you got to have that longevity, and you got to have. I mean, and that's one of the things that we're up against now, is because this endeavor is coming straight out of my pocket.
Yeah.
Everything that's going into it is coming straight out of my pocket. There's a bit of sponsorship, and we've got some good things to announce coming up here shortly, and a title sponsor and all those kind of things as we get the deals done. But that's not a ton of money for a big event like this, and so we're trying to really concentrate on the guys that are there, the guys and gals that are there, having a good time, having a great race, wanting to come back so they can tell all their friends, how much fun they had, tell their friends, hey, next year we all need to go, and really, do that kind of a thing. And then once, obviously, we have this big chunk behind us, then we can start to look at, hiring, two different announcers, one for the racers and one for the people that want to watch, and look at some different video options. I mean, the whole live RC thing, and the live RC thing, they do good work, exceptional work. But there's different levels. I mean, you can get the just barely there coverage, which is
useless.
Well, it's useless, but at least you could kind of figure out what's going on if you're in the sport.
I hate it.
Well,
I just watch scoring. I just like their scoring and just watch that.
And but RC racers, yes, it does nothing for the public. RC racers will appreciate the fact that they can kind of see the track picture and know what's going on. But yeah, they're just like you. They're watching the timing and scoring tower and seeing what's actually happening there. The public is not doing that. But if you go to that next extent where you're having the live broadcasters and the several camera angles and the close-ups and, all that kind of thing.
That costs money. And people don't realize.
That's a whole different animal. You're exactly right. It's a ton of money. So,
yeah, I actually need to get Brandon on this podcast. He has agreed to come on there to talk about it. I mean, even with the RCGP stuff, to get the I was big on, I feel that Nick Damon does a great job, but I feel he needs somebody there to help him, Yeah. And it's just about staff, just can't, it costs too much money to send these guys here. And, so he does a good job. I think I might fill in a little bit when I go in October. So it's gonna
you should.
I'm going to try. I've never really called a race before. So, but it's just about knowledge.
You can be the color guy. You don't necessarily have to call the race.
Yeah.
You can be the guy with all the background information. You can be the guy who's asking the right questions and, kind of relating to the people. So, I definitely agree. And I've heard, the commentary on, the last couple podcasts and stuff about some of that stuff. And I would agree. I mean, if you can get that stuff, that's what's necessary. I mean, RCGP is moving that needle in the right direction. Some of these bigger events that are starting to do a little bit of that are moving the ball in the right direction.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, like anything, it takes money. And so where we're at is we have the RCGP vision, if you will. And right now our budget's not quite there, obviously. So
we have to start somewhere.
You got to start somewhere. And if we're successful with the event itself, then it will all grow. But that's kind of.
But there's no races. There's no races in November, so I don't see why it can't have people. It can't fill up. I don't see why it can't fill up. There's no.
Well, that was the big win for us. Honestly, it was the fact that the facility was open. Of course, like I said, I pay attention to the races and what's going on, and do this as a hobby. And I look at it and say, well, there's nothing going on. After Wicked Weekend, things really start to cool off. I mean, there's an event here and there, and of course, they do the fall brawl.
Yes,
down,
end of November, December.
Right.
Yeah.
And, and they do a great job with that. But really past that, that's probably the biggest event in the Southeast for 4 months.
Yes.
So that it was a good opportunity. It was an indoor facility, and that's why we kind of stuck out and jumped at the chance to do it.
Yes, because and that's a big issue at that time of the year is the weather. It's cold, it's rainy, and I mean it kind of happened to us last year when we came to the Fall Bro, which I really enjoyed, but we got rained out, and so it was just like we came all the way here for nothing. But that's what happens, it's Mother Nature. You can't control it, unfortunately.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's talk about the other big topic that I saw last week was the format, because this was a big discussion on.
Sure.
I can't believe it. I can't one of the Facebook groups. It might have been JB's one, the Southeast group. I think 'cause that's the more popular one in the Southeast. Now, you explained it to me. I'm kind of thick, so sometimes I need to see things and like see it happening so I can understand it. But I do get it. So let's explain. Okay, well, I saw you had. I'm gonna get at you for one thing. You have open e-truggy. Oh, please get rid of that. I'm just there's not enough e-truggies to have an open e. We can't make e-truggy a thing. No, I like e-truggy. It's probably gonna be a retirement class. But let's go through the classes that you have. I do like that you have under like junior classes as well. So let's talk about the classes and then the format.
Okay. So. Yeah, that came to light right away. Like I said, I had not done this before, and so I got on to RC Sign Up, and essentially their guidance was sign up, pay your fee, and then you have access to build anything you want for your event signups. So I went in there, and the open e-truggy was actually an oversight. If you go back onto RC Sign Up, it no longer exists.
I mean,
the e-truggy has been combined as it is more traditionally now, all as one group.
Okay.
And if we get enough guys, the potential's there, but we're just going to go ahead and run it all as one group for right now.
Okay.
As far as the undergroup, I kind of put it out there pretty early. There had always kind of been a under 15 or under 16 or some kind of under whatever for the young guys in Nitro, but there hadn't been too much done on the E side. There was not an ebuggy class or whatever, and so I was like, you know what? Those kids, and maybe not, maybe their dad's just an ebuggy guy and doesn't do Nitro. So this is a way to get those kids involved too. So we will have both. We have a 16U Nitro class and a 16U ebuggy class. So the kids will be able to come. The cost for the 16U classes is only $25. So it's really, really inexpensive to bring the kids, hang out with dad, hang out with mom, hang out for the weekend and go racing at a big event that's not going to break the bank. So that's really cool, I think. The other classes kind of fall. I've been getting ribbed on the internet and at the local track and all that kind of too, because we do have just a ton of classes in this sport, really. Mm-hmm. 8th scale off-road is got just a ton of classes, and of course everybody wants to win a trophy and everybody wants to do this and everybody wants to do that, but I'm okay with it.
You kind of have to. You have to get the entries in because this isn't cheap, so you have to make your money.
Yeah.
You at least have
to.
And
a lot of it is because of people, and I don't mind the fact that people will want to spend money and they want to see something from it and they want trophies and whatever. And honestly, the best, most efficient way to do it would be, let's do buggy class, let's do truggy class, nitro, electric, and keep it very slim. But then you get all of those sportsman guys that they're like, man, how am I going to compete against pros? How am I going to compete against all those guys that are open drivers or whatever? And they're just not even going to bother because there's no chance. unless you're just a super die-hard racer and all you care about is going out there and competing, then they would probably go. But everybody's really kind of goal is to get some kind of a trophy. They want to prove something to somebody. So that's fine. We'll have the classes. And, and I think the event will go just as any other event would go. It's going to be a little long in between, but maybe not as long as some of the others because of the format. I think you'll get more racing in, and it's more exciting because every race is a B main.
Yeah. Let's talk about the format. Let's explain that. I think that's what a lot of people want to know.
Sure.
Want to know about.
Okay, so essentially, what I've done is this is kind of a culmination of hearing feedback locally, hearing the pros talk about it, whether it's in an interview or whether it's on a podcast or whatever. Nobody, or for the most part, most folks don't particularly care for the current state of qualifying, which is running laps against yourself in a group of people, and you're just trying to go as fast as you possibly can to get that good time. And there's some merit to that, but as a racer, as a competitor, what do we really look forward to? Well, nobody cares about qualifying. They're all trying to get to the main event. They all want to race in the big race because they want to go heads up. So my format is, and the format, may need some adjustment. We don't know, but we're going to roll with it this time around and see what happens. And essentially, every class is going to have 3 qualifying rounds. And you can call them mains, you can call them qualifiers, you can call them whatever you want, but essentially it's 3 qualifying rounds, 3 events that you're going to be in. And you're going to race each one of those. If you win one of those qualifiers, you automatically transfer to the A main. You know you're going to the big show on Sunday. If you finish second or third in one of those qualifiers, you're automatically transferring to the last chance qualifier, the LCQ, Sunday morning before the main start. And it will go through that process for every class and, every skill level, sportsman, open, and pro. And when you get to the end, essentially you've had 3 races that you've been able to race heads up. So again, we're racing all day Friday, all day Saturday, and we race all day Sunday. And it's all racing. So you're going to be able to be in your qualifying race and transfer to either the B, which is the last chance qualifier, or the A main. If you do well in the last chance qualifier, obviously finishing first, second, or third, then you transfer into the A main and you just keep on racing. So go ahead.
So if you win, like you win your first qualifier, you automatically go to that main, but you can still run your other 2 10-minute qualifiers, like as a practice rounds, test tires and stuff like that.
Absolutely. And that's what I would imagine that folks would do. I mean, if you go out there Friday afternoon, Friday evening during the first round, and you manage to win your very first qualifying race, you've still got 2 more to race. But most folks, I get the question a lot, and you mentioned it earlier as well. Well, what if that guy goes back out and wins his second race and maybe wins his third race? Well, you can do that. If somebody does do that in a particular heat race or a particular qualifier, then we'll just defer down. So second place will be the winner, third, fourth will be second and third, etc. So you're not going to necessarily gain anything by winning multiple qualifiers.
You're just out there getting you're out there racing, but you don't really. You're not there. You're like the ghost car on Gran Turismo.
I mean, and you've won already.
Yeah.
So, you should be able to have that feather in your cap that you've won already. And now you spend the next 2 races out there tuning, testing tires, working on setup. You've got the ability to come in to pit multiple times and it doesn't really affect you. It doesn't put you out of the race. You can work with your pit guy, or if you're electric, you've got the ability to come in and work on it yourself, or maybe you do have somebody working on it with you, and make the adjustments and make the tune and still use the track time efficiently, because just because you win your qualifier doesn't necessarily mean you're fast, or as fast as that you're going to need to be to win the main event. It just means that you won your qualifier.
Okay.
So
this is for electric classes as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
We're going to do it across the board, electric and nitro.
So electric's going to have 10-minute qualifiers as well then?
Yeah, electric will have 10-minute qualifiers as well.
And will they have AAA mains, double A mains, or?
Yep, they have AAA mains. Everybody's going to run 30 minutes in the main. So
they're going to run 60 minutes really, and if they're qualifiers. That's not bad at all.
And if you happen to be the guy that gets into the LCQ, you throw another 10 minutes in there. You win the LCQ, and you walk away with 70 minutes of track time, because then you transfer into the main event as well. So it's going to be a lot of track time. The E guys are going to be running triple A mains, so they're going to have 3 shots at the podium there. The only exception to that is going to be the junior class, the under 16 class in both nitro and electric. They're only going to go 20 minutes. So they are going to have a little bit shorter main event, but all the qualifying and the LCQ and all that kind of stuff is the same.
Okay, good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. So the event starts on... Yeah, so let's run me through the event, how it's supposed to work, the days it works.
Yep, so November 1st is Friday, and we will start with open practice at 6 a.m. We'll go open practice from like 6 to 9 o'clock. Then we'll go to more of a controlled practice from 9 until 2. We're trying to push it back so we can get as many people there and get them as much track time to practice as possible, knowing that people also from feedback and listen to podcasts and being at the racetrack and all that, these long events are tough on people. They got to take days off. They got more hotel nights. They got, whatever. So I tried to take that into consideration in keeping it kind of a packed show over the 3 days. So we're going to practice in the morning, and then at 3 p.m. in the afternoon on Friday is when we will start the first round of qualifying. So we'll do the whole first round actually Friday night. And hopefully with it being pushed back to the afternoon, those folks that couldn't get there Thursday, no big deal. Hopefully they can get there, fairly early on Friday, and then get some practice in, and then go right into their qualifying round Friday afternoon.
Okay.
The round 1 will be Friday. Saturday we'll start at 7 a.m. And I think we're trying not to do the super late into the night. I was trying to be real cognizant of, not getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning, not going to bed at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So with that schedule, I think we can be done with our first round Friday night between 11 and midnight. So we'll have a few hours of sleep there. We'll start Saturday at 7 a.m. with the second round of qualifying, and that will run all day. We'll do the second and third round on Saturday, and then at the end of Saturday, you'll probably have a pretty good idea of where you fall, whether you're in the LCQ or in the main event already. But we'll definitely have all of that stuff posted at the end of Saturday. So if for some reason you didn't make it and didn't have a particularly good weekend, then you can get out of town on Saturday if you want. But if you're staying until Sunday, which actually 80% of all competitors will be there Saturday or Sunday because of the LCQ and the main events. The majority of the people that will be there Sunday as well. So that's kind of the schedule. Then LCQs start bright and early at 7 a.m. We go right through those. Those will be big. They're going to be 18 cars. So it's going to be a little bit of a mad dash and kind of wild. But then we'll go right into the mains, probably start around 10 in the morning or whatever. And hopefully we get done, we're scheduled to get done between 6 and 7 o'clock at night. That'll give people lots of time to get on the road and get back to where they're going. Okay.
Now, how's the dirt and the track size? What do you expect track wise? Like compared to like PNB or Wicked Weekend? Like PNB is pretty big, so.
Yeah. Yep. Well, there's going to be some neat stuff because the track surface itself is 60,000 square feet. It's actually 200 feet deep and 300 feet wide when you stand on the driver's stand. So it's a pretty darn big facility. I would say it's very, very similar to the other arena stuff. It's very similar to PNB in size, very similar to Wicked in size. I don't know. I've seen some pictures from Wicked recently, and it might not be quite that big. That's a pretty big place.
Yeah.
But it's big. It's, like I said, 300 by 200. The neat thing that we have, and we're going to use to our advantage, is unlike a lot of these facilities that have a cement floor and they import the dirt. The best example of that's P&B that has a cement floor under it. We do not. It's all 100% dirt. So we have the ability to actually dig down into the ground up to 8 feet. So what that gives us is a little bit more of the ability to have a little more terrain variance, a little more up and down, a little more...
Some more elevation.
More elevation. Some different things that we'll be able to incorporate there just because that's what the facility presents us with. So really looking forward to that. The driver stand is going to be massive. It's going to be 50 feet long, 6 feet deep. The pit road is going to be really super wide. We're going to do it 50 or 60 feet long as well. It too is going to be probably 6 feet deep. It's going to be a huge pit lane. So when you're coming on you're coming on the pit road, you can stay to the far right and just, you don't have to worry about traffic. You don't have to worry about anything if you're down at the end of the pit road. You just speed on down there and pull your stuff in. And then when you're leaving as well, you don't have to worry about people pulling out in front of you because it's going to be, 6 foot wide as well. So plenty of room. You can race them off the end of pit road 3 wide if you want to.
Okay.
So
Good
that's
stuff.
going to be kind of cool, kind of different. So that's going to be the facility. The dirt itself is probably similar to, I would say, a PNB-ish. What I've come to find out is a lot of these arenas that have rodeo events in them cater their dirt specifically to the rodeo audience because that's who holds the most events there. Well, rodeo is very specific in their dirt content. They're specific with, a little bit of a sand ratio, a little bit of a non-dirt ratio. So, there's a little bit of peat in there. There's a little bit of more organic stuff. And then, of course, there's the clay and the regular dirt and all that kind of thing. So it's not the the clayest of pure clay racetracks, but it will hold together. But it is going to be a little bit abrasive because it's got the sand element in it. And we are probably going to try and obviously do what we can to water the track, keep it moist, pack it down the best we can. We're still looking at treatment options, and whether it's just going to be water, whether we're going to go with some sort of sugar compound or syrup compound, or whether we do something like that to try and get the track to hold together throughout the weekend. I think we're probably going to have to water the track, but I'm trying to be cognizant. I know most folks don't like that because it changes the track so much. So I'm going to try and limit that to just at night when nobody's running on it. Water it down really thoroughly, and then just let it soak in and be ready in the morning. So hopefully, there's not a huge track change from day to day, with the exception of the wear that it takes throughout the course of the day.
Cool. All right. Well, I look forward to seeing the announcement about who's going to build the track layout, all that good stuff. I know you have some big announcements coming up, so I'll keep my eyes peeled and my ear to the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I've been getting a lot of flack because people have been interested, and then they hadn't heard anything in a while since we announced the event, and so they were like, "Man, is this thing going on? Is it still happening?" and all that kind of thing, and it is, but it takes a lot to coordinate and put everything together, like we talked about, and so the announcements and sponsorship and layouts and race directors and all that kind of stuff. Now's the time. We'll finish off everything with Wicked and get that behind us, and I know everybody's looking forward to a great time there, and it should be a great time. And then after everybody comes home and catches their breath from that, then we'll be able to start hitting them with all this news and information and whatever for the Blue Ridge Nationals.
Awesome. All right, so sign-ups are open on RC Sign Up. The dates, you know what? I forgot the dates already. The dates are November
1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Right, so the beginning of November. There's nothing else going on. Sign up. I've seen pictures of the facility. It looks really nice. I wish you all the best, man. Keep me in the loop about what's going on with this race. Like I said, I always kind of check things out anyway. So good luck to you, man. I hope it goes well for you. It's a lot of work. It's thankless work as well. So keep the announcements coming. Keep the interest going. And if anybody is interested in this, how can they get in contact with you? Or is there a website they can go to? Do you want to?
Yeah, the best place, honestly, Keenan, is Facebook.
Okay.
Blue Ridge Nationals. We have our own Facebook page. A secondary Facebook page is Carolina Scale Racing Sports. That's kind of the business entity that I put together to host the races. So the information can be there as well. But I'm also pretty active on a lot of those Southeast sort of chat rooms and whatnot on Facebook, and JB's podcast, or not podcast, but his webpage, and all that. So I do put those announcements out there, and so that's primarily where you can get your information.
All right. Well, thank you for your time, dude. And good luck, man. I'll definitely try my best to push this race.
Thanks for having me, Keenan. You do a great job. Keep doing the great work, and I look forward to listening to the podcast every week. You're doing all the work, putting it in hardcore too. So we'll just kind of keep trying to move the ball down the right direction together, and I look forward to it. You need to see if you can get up here. There's going to be lots of synergy going on.
I bet.
With what you've got going on and all that. So maybe you can squeeze some pennies out of JQ and get him up here.
That's easier said than done.
I know it is.
All right. Well, thank you, Josh. You have a good evening, and talk to you later.
Absolutely. We'll talk with you soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Do you know what an average RC person thinks about every 3 seconds? RC cars, of course. But who can blame us? We're excited about the good stuff, the cars that endure those long safaris, and the parts that make you that 0.1 seconds faster on the racetrack. Those moments to ourselves when we close the door to the outside world just to hear that high-pitched racing beast even louder. So this is for us, from racer to racer. Euro RC, just RC, no bullshit. Please go to www.eurorc.com. Use promo code NNRC to save you some money on your orders.
Our guest this week on episode 39 is the man behind Live RC. I've been talking to him for a while, planning to get him on here over the last, I would say, month and a half, ever since the Nationals, because we kind of gotten a little bit of a, not argument, but I was looking for results, and he kind of hit me up and said, oh, here's the results, and, we got talking. But joining us this episode, all the way from Green Bay, Wisconsin, he's a cheesehead, is Brandon, now, is it Rohde or Rohde?
Rohde.
Okay, Rohde. What's up, Brandon? How are you?
Not too bad. How are you?
I'm cool, man. Just chilling. Thank you for coming on the podcast. I know we tried to do this. We talked about this after the Nationals, but thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I know you're a busy man.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, sweet. So, let's just, if you guys don't know what Live RC is, obviously you've probably been sleeping under an RC rock, but Live RC is one of the, I would say, probably the most popular news website there is right now out in for RC, as well as Live RC has been bringing coverage for how long now?
Since I think 2005 was our first race, but really more seriously since about 2008.
Yeah, I remember the 2008 Worlds, man. I was sitting in my bike rental shop there in Cabarete, Dominican Republic, with some janky internet trying to follow the Worlds, and I thought this was like the coolest thing ever, because I remember back in this, I always say this story, in the starting grid days when I was trying to watch quote unquote watch the Worlds from Uruguay, it was somebody there texting somebody else who was then sending us PMs on the starting grid, and it was just refreshing every like 30 seconds to get updates. So to me, this absolutely blew my mind to be able to watch this race live. So I thought it was pretty cool way back in 2008, 11 years ago.
Awesome.
So I actually have been a member since I haven't renewed it this year just because, like RC doesn't really pay that much. So, that $20 had to go to something else. But I've been a fan. I've been critical. I've also paid my money to watch it because, hey, I thought it was cool to watch RC racing. So, you were the first person that I knew that done it. So, thank you. I mean, I do criticize you, but I appreciate it at the same time.
Hey, criticism is part of the job. So,
yeah.
Whatever we can take from criticism and make it better, that's good. I guess you learn after a while, you get pretty thick skin and take the good with the bad. So that's just part of the job.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's talk about how you got into RC.
Well, I got my first RC car. I think it was a Tamiya Blackfoot when I was like 7 years old. So that would have been like 1990. But I really didn't do much with it. I wanted a fast track, one of those Psycho fast tracks car. And my dad said, no, we're going to get something good. And got that and played with it off and on. Then it kind of sat on the shelf for a number of years. Then I got really into motocross in like 6th, 7th, 8th grade and started racing motocross quite a bit. But I broke a lot of bones, so I had a lot of downtime. And RC was kind of the fix when I was injured. So started racing RC, and then I broke more bones, and I started racing RC a lot. And then I juggled RC in the winter, motocross in the summer, right through my college years. And then I just got more into RC, and that became more of a job. Motocross was fun, but I wasn't going to make a career out of it, obviously. So that's kind of where RC came in, and been into it really since pretty hardcore, I guess, since 7th grade. I was about 14 or probably 12 years old.
So what was you mainly racing back then?
Actually, I first started racing carpet oval. It was a place called Bayland Hobbies in Green Bay, and I had brought the Blackfoot and I think a slingshot there because it was the only hobby shop around, and those were definitely not racing vehicles and not carpet oval. So got there and left that day with a Bowlink Sport 90, and that was in 1994. And shortly thereafter got an Associated LSO and raced oval until 98, I believe. And the track shut down, unfortunately. Then there was another track that raced off-road that I found out about called Dirt Heaven Hobby and Raceway. So I bought a T2, and the day after I bought a T2, the T3 came out. So I raced a T2 for about a week and then got a T3 and was into off-road ever since. Then went to my first off-road nationals in the year 2000, and I think I went to every single off-road nationals until 2016 racing it. And then now don't race as much as I used to, but still enjoy driving here and there when I can.
Okay, so you went to the electric nationals, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, but you did race nitro as well.
Yep. Yeah, I raced A-scale. I actually got my first A-scale car. I was racing for Team Losi at the time, so once I heard they were coming out with an 8, I just bought a used Kyosho just to get, a half a season running or get my feet wet with A-scale. And then the day the 8 came out, or I think we got it a couple weeks early, I was hardcore into that, and that car was amazing at the time, just, over everything else that was out. So started racing that, then raced A-scale ever since then as well.
Now, what was some of your highlights as a racer?
I had a lot of decent finishes, but never any super standout wins. I went to a lot of bigger races. I won a couple of regional championships. I won a stock truck national. Won 19 turn at the Cactus Classic, and I beat Dakota Fend, which was awesome, which was probably the last time I ever beat him because he was 12, but I can still say I beat him, so that's kind of cool.
I don't know. You might be able to beat him now. He doesn't seem to be able to finish a race, but he's so fast. Wow,
I don't know that I would right now either.
He's cost me so many bets this year. Jesus, I picked him every race this year.
Oh man.
So what was it like racing in Wisconsin, and what is it like now?
There's some fast people here. Growing up, I raced Chad Dew, Paul Lemieux. I dabbled in on-road a little bit, but never got super into it. Then there's a lot of people around the area traveled regionally. So the guys from Minnesota, Chad Lundahl, Steve Nelson, Eric Swanson, Marshall Scary, those guys all came here. We went there. Then the trackside crew, Mikey Dibb, Chad Dew. Then some of the guys from Leisure Hours, Brian Mello, we all went to a bunch of races. Pretty much Minnesota to Ohio. We were once a month. We were all somewhere racing, it seemed like. So it was pretty cool. We had a lot of fun. Traveled a lot to regional stuff. And
does Chad do still race?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's back on Team Associated now. Still, he's in Milwaukee. Got a kid now, so obviously that takes some time away from racing. But he's back. He never quit, so he's been doing pretty good.
Okay, I knew he had went back to Associated. He did a year at Losi, went back to Associated, and just haven't really heard about him. But that would explain it. I just had a kid myself and another one, and that takes a lot of time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so you're famous for live RC. Let's talk about that and how that whole concept came about.
Sure. So it started in, I guess, 2005. I was in college at the time in Milwaukee, and there was RC Scoring Pro at the time was just coming out, and I wanted to find a way to put results online or live results. So He was based out of Milwaukee at Trackside, so I saw him all the time, and we were good friends. And started working on a web interface to take the data from the racing and put it online. We tested it or debuted it at the Novak race at Trackside in 2005. Then a couple months later, I remember saving up my money and buying a $69 webcam or handy cam from Sony. And that was the first time we did video. And it just kind of snowballed from there. So I think 2008 was really when I tried to get a little more serious with the video side of it. And I got multiple cameras at that time, and we were just doing, 6 or 7 cameras around the track and just switching fixed cameras. Mm-hmm. And the first race we actually did moving cameras was the Worlds in 2008. And that's where we did switching with actual moving cameras. From there, it's just kind of snowballed, and we've been, pretty cutting edge on the streaming side. I think we've always put a lot of money into technology and pushing the envelope on what we can do. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of led to where it is now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the 2008 Worlds was your big breakthrough, because that's, that most people discovered.
Yeah.
How hard was that to do? Like, right? I mean, you guys are still kind of swinging. What's the word? You guys are still shooting from the hip, pretty much at that point. Like, that was like treading into deep water.
Yeah, it was definitely, I felt like we went there very prepared on doing the production. And that went really good. The part that was somewhat unforeseen is the most people we ever had for a race watching was, I think, 160 or 180. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden at that one, we had like 2,500 people. So scaling servers and scaling video servers, I mean, streaming wasn't really even a thing back then at that point.
No, it wasn't.
Let alone, scaling to that many people. So it was very, uncharted territory. And we ran into some issues there where we had the free stream for everybody and we just couldn't serve 2,000 people or 3,000 people. So we had to cut off the free stream. And I know that, pissed some people off, but hey, it's, you got to do what you got to do. So we limited it to the paid members, and then it worked, it was fine for the mains.
Yeah.
But that was definitely the first experience I ever had trying to scale servers and optimize code for a lot of people. And we learned pretty quick and had a few rocks in the road, but that's to be expected, I guess, when that wasn't anything that I had training or experience in, but we figured it out, and it's been pretty solid ever since.
Who was the broadcaster? Who was the commentators for that race? Was it Scotty and Swanka?
Yep.
Yeah, they were a good combination as well. Swanka's really good. I like him. Yeah. He's colorful. I would like to see him call some more races in the future if possible. So,
well, if all goes good, that'll happen later this year. We'll have the Scotty and Charlie show back, I believe, for A-Scale On-Road Worlds.
Okay. Well, being as the Nationals are happening this weekend, are you guys involved in that at any this weekend? The 10 scale Nats?
Yeah, we do have a crew going, or we will have live video there. It's not going to be the full production crew. Mm-hmm. It's just, I'd love to send our full crew to every race because that's fun to do, and the production level is much higher than when we don't. It's just really expensive to do.
Oh, I can imagine.
So on Saturday, we've actually got our main crew is heading over to a race in Japan. So we will have a crew at the Roar Nationals, but then we're also sending guys out to Japan, so we're kind of splitting the crew up. So we'll have full-time moving camera there, but it's not going to be all the instant replays and everything like that. It's just too cost prohibitive, unfortunately.
Okay. I mean, I'm probably just going to watch the modified mains anyway because I can't get. I'm sorry, that's the ones that matter for me. So
sure.
What's as you've gotten. Technology has gotten better. Like you said, back in the day, streaming wasn't a thing. Now streaming is all the rage. I'm sure it's so much easier. Bandwidth is so much better. What was some of the biggest hurdles early out to overcome when you first started this after the Worlds and whatnot?
Always, and it always has been, always will be bandwidth at the track. It's getting better, but we've had multiple shows, over the years with zero flaws whatsoever. We also end up going to a lot of places that have really crappy internet. Mm-hmm. And sometimes there's just not much you can do short of bringing in a satellite dish. Other parts of the world, satellite's a lot more affordable. In the U.S., unfortunately, there's too many people trying to do it, so the bandwidth on satellites is very limited, and it's therefore extremely expensive. So we've done that at a couple of races, but somewhat shied away from it because it's just we lose so much money doing the satellite stuff. Nowadays, most tracks have pretty good internet, but we're also I need to be more selective on the ones we go to and just say no if they don't have good internet, because all that does is it's got spotty video or crappy video, and then everybody yells at us for it, and ultimately, short of throwing $10,000 at an internet solution, which we're not going to do for a small race, it just makes us look bad. And
$10,000 per race? That's what you're
if we do set.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on the solution that we're going to do, if we do bonded cellular, that can be $4,000 to $5,000. If we do satellite and it's a 9-day race, that can be upwards of $10,000. Yeah.
Wow. How much bandwidth do you? As much as you can, but what is the minimum bandwidth that you need to probably do a race like the proper race?
We usually try to have 20 megabit up, then we can do a 720 stream. We technically could do a 1080 stream at 720, but it's a little spottier. If the internet fluctuates a little bit, then it's not so good. So perfect world, a 50 megabit upload would be great. And then we usually go through about 250 terabytes of bandwidth over the course of the week, depending how long the race is.
Okay. What's been in America? What's been the easiest and best track to broadcast from so far?
OCRC is awesome. They've got fiber internet going in, so they are really good. There's a couple other tracks with really good internet too. I think the RoarNet should be pretty decent. Ian Hobbies, our guys get there tomorrow, but my understanding is they've got really good internet there. I'm probably leaving out some tracks. There's definitely more tracks that have awesome internet, but I think OCRC is probably the best.
So, just curious, how many guys are you sending to the Nationals, and how many guys are you sending to Japan?
We'll have 5 going to Japan and 2 at Nationals.
What's the race in Japan? It's an RC race?
It's the Asian Nitro Championships.
Oh,
so
that's...
It's the series put on by Scotty Ernst. It's A-Scale Nitro On-Road.
Yes.
And it's going to be the debut of Kenji's new track, the Infinity track. It's the debut of that track in, I forget the city name, but it's near the Nagoya. We fly into Nagoya.
Are you going over there?
I'll be there for a couple days. I can't stay for the whole thing. My wedding anniversary is the following weekend, so I'm going to go and just make sure our crew gets set up and everything's going good, and then I'll be flying back.
Okay. That's a long flight just to go over there and make sure everything's set up good, but I guess you have to do it.
Yeah, I want to see the track, too. It's a really badass facility, so...
Man, Infinity's got so much money, it's insane.
He's put together an amazing facility, and I really want to see it firsthand, and I like Japan, too. It's always a blast going over there.
Yeah, well, maybe one day I haven't been over to Asia yet. Hopefully I'll get over there next year. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
All right. I know a lot of people used to complain about like the all access pass and stuff like that. How did that used to work? Because I know sometimes it was completely free, and sometimes you had to pay all access pass. That was if you got a sponsor to pay for it or whatever. So
right.
Does that still happen? Like,
I mean, of course people complain about it because it wasn't free.
Yes.
It's streaming's getting more and more of a commodity these days. So it's more and more difficult to do a high value or high production stream without having the all access pass. The all access pass definitely was great in the sense that it helped us grow, that we could generate revenue from events and cover a lot of the costs. But we have to move away from that. The business model is changing. It's, 2008, we were the only ones doing it. There was no Facebook and YouTube Live. So there was a lot more expense. Now we don't have to worry about the expense of the bandwidth to serve viewers, because that's all free with Facebook and YouTube and Twitch and stuff like that. Now we just have to cover the cost of the crew and traveling to get there, hotels and stuff like that. So whenever possible, we do avoid the all access pass. It's been quite a while since we've done that. The only race we've done that in the last couple of years has been the DNC, and that's because that's such a cool race to watch. Joey puts on such an awesome track, and we want to do the full production. The downside is it's 18-hour days, so you're paying guys time and a half for a week straight. It's in California, which is about as far as you can get from Wisconsin, so travel costs are high. And it's never at a place that we have free internet. It's always, cellular, or we end up having to pay for internet. So when we have the sponsorship dollars to do it, we'll make it free. If we don't, then we subsidize it with the All Access Pass. Because something's got to pay the bills.
No, of course you can't do it for free.
Right. I mean, you figure 7 guys going for 18 hours a day plus the travel costs. It's $15,000 to $20,000 to put on a production that big.
Wow.
So when we can get the guys there, or when we can get the sponsors, great. What we did the last 2 years now is A-Main has stepped up and actually given. For every All Access Pass that we sell at $25, you get a $25 gift card.
Okay.
So it's free. So it's been 3 years since we did an All Access Pass where you just paid the $25 and that's it.
Okay.
The DNC the last 2 years, you paid $25, but you got a $25 gift card. So that's a pretty good deal, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I've paid for it because I want to watch the race,
Yeah.
So I don't mind, My thing was I know you get this question all the time. It always, because I know it's just because everybody's tuned in. It always seems to go on as the main start, like the Nitro Buggy main's gonna start. Oh, it was like without fail, boom, freezing. But that's just because I just imagine it's just so many people trying to. No, it hasn't been. It's been a while.
No, that's the common misconception. It's everybody logs in during the main event. But we're streaming to YouTube and Facebook. Mm-hmm. YouTube is streaming live to hundreds of millions of people, or tens of millions of people at any time. Our 2,000 people or 6,000 people logging in for the main event of the DNC does not affect it. Same with Facebook. You think of how much traffic is going through their network. A couple thousand people is nothing. So people logging in has nothing to do with it. It really is. It's been a while since we've had a race where anything has gone down, to be honest. DNC this year was really smooth, and we've had a very good string of very smooth running events. Mm-hmm. But when we're on cellular, that's where you run into the problems. So, DNC, all of a sudden you have the main event, and then you've got a whole bunch of people at the track jumping onto their cellular phones, either to look at the live scoring data or to stream, whatever to their personal page or whatever they're going to do, who knows. It's just everybody gathers around and everybody's busy doing something, and sometimes the cellular connections just basically go to shit.
Matt, I'm guilty of that.
That's the downside of, that's just the nature of the beast. I would love to not have to do cellular ever again. It's getting better, but it's still not flawless. This year at the DNC, we had 0 drops. It was great the whole time, but we also had, it was at the fairgrounds, so we had internet from the fairgrounds. Mm-hmm. We did have to beam wireless about a quarter mile to get it over to the RC track, but it was actually really reliable, so it worked quite well.
At the Nationals last year, it was just so hot. Everybody was watching the main, and I was sitting in front of a fan in my pit watching it on my phone. I was like, I'm not going out there and standing that. It's Florida in June. It was incredibly hot. Well, that brings me to a couple of questions, because there's been some, like when you guys, and I get it. When you're doing all access or doing races like this, you kind of don't have allow people to go up on the driver's stand and do Facebook Lives and stuff like that. And I understand that, and it actually has caused a little bit of problems with people. People get upset, but just explain the reasonings for that.
A lot of it is sponsors. We have sponsors that are paying a lot of money to be on the exclusive live video production. I don't really care if somebody goes up or if somebody's filming on their own personal page here and there just a little bit. That's not a problem. That's just promoting the event. Mm-hmm. But when somebody's trying to go up on the driver's stand and ultimately film the same thing we're doing, or they're using it for a business purpose or trying to sell their feed. That's what's happened at DNC, is someone was trying to get their sponsors to cover their flight out there in exchange for them streaming some stuff and promoting their sponsors. It's a conflict of interest. You don't have two media companies doing a live production. You don't see it in any other sport. When any other sport, if there's live coverage, there is nobody else that's allowed to do live coverage. I agree. So I guess that's the most simple form is we have sponsors that are paying. They want the exclusives. They want no other companies or people streaming. So, that's part of the thing that we try to do.
Yeah, because that kind of also led into a little bit of beef between, if I might be wrong, between yourselves and Roar, or maybe not even Roar. Was it Roar and J Concepts? I can't remember exactly.
No, there's no issue with J Concepts. I promise you that. That I think that thing got blown up. I mean, they're doing their live stuff. That's great. They're doing a really good job promoting their product.
Yes.
It just falls into the same thing. If we have the exclusive broadcast rights, if we're going to go there and spend the money to go and put on a big production, then we want the exclusive broadcast rights. That's about as all there is to it. The part with Roar, I mean, we're on very good terms with Roar. I think the whole thing got blown out of proportion, to be honest. We just said we weren't going to go to the races if we didn't have any sort of exclusivity. It just didn't make financial sense. In 2017, over the course of the year, we lost a whole bunch of money doing the Roar races. So it just didn't make sense for us to continue taking a loss, because that's coming out of my own personal pocket, to send people to races where there's not a whole lot of sponsorship and we have zero protection to try to get that sponsorship. So that's really the predicament we were stuck in, is that if we were going to go to all the races, we wanted to have an exclusive live streaming deal.
Yeah,
and if we didn't have that, it just wasn't worth the risk to go.
Oh, of course not. I mean, like, people have to understand, this isn't free, and two, you can't lose money. You know what I mean? So, I mean, people do, the reason we do things is to be able to make a profit. You should be, if you're going to put in time and effort, you should be compensated for it. And I think people don't realize that, time and effort equals money. So nothing for me. When I read it, I was like, yeah, I kind of agree with him, because no, it's just like you said, anybody can just go up there with a gimbal and not just any, like I have a gimbal myself. I don't go too much. I kind of, maybe video a little bit. I'm too lazy to be videoing a whole day and stuff like that. But yeah, everybody's got a gimbal. Everybody's got a smartphone, and what you can do with that is amazing. I mean, like you said, Thomas does a great job of doing the races when you guys don't go and stuff like that for J Concepts. I appreciate his effort as well and his work. But
yeah, absolutely.
You have to have exclusive. If you're paid there to do something, it's your job. Like, you have to respect. You have to fight for that for your sponsors and while you're there. I totally respect that and understand that.
Sure.
Okay. Now you guys have the best score. Like I just honestly, it's so difficult. I can watch your scoring more than I can actually watch the video. I actually do. Like, I watched Wicked Weekend this past weekend. I only had one camera, but I could watch the scoring and see, I knew how the race went. How has that evolved over the years? Now you have it set up for the subscription. I think it's what, $30 a month or $30 a year, and you.
Are you referring for the viewer or for the track?
For the track and for the viewer.
Okay, for the viewer it's free. The scoring's always been free.
Sorry.
For the viewers. So the software is $30 a month for the track, or 30 to 40 depending on which tier you go with. So we tried to really make the software affordable, that you don't have a $700 upfront cost or $1,000 upfront cost, and at the same time make it viable for us that there's a recurring revenue, so we can continue to put time and effort into R&D. And that's really where I think a lot of the other systems have kind of went stagnant over the years. There's not somebody working 40 hours a week doing constant development and improvements on it. And we do have a full software team and developers, and Corey, my business partner, the guy that does live time is, he's amazing at what he does. So, it shows in the product, in the scoring software. So
I'm so spoiled now. If a race doesn't have it, if I don't go to a race that has it, I'm just lost. It just makes life so much easier. I don't even know why people put up heat sheets. I guess because some people probably don't use it, but like I see everybody's looking at heat sheets when they pin them up, and I'm just like, man, it's right here. Like
yeah,
you just gotta look here. So how's it? I guess it's been successful. Is it used around the world, or is it? I know, like we had it in Bermuda. My buddy here had it here in the DR when we were racing. Hopefully, we get to race again sometime, and we'll get it again. But I'm pretty sure you got it in every country in the world.
Yeah, it's definitely been growing worldwide. U.S. is really where we focus on at first, but now it's very big over in Asia, Australia, New Zealand, the entire country of New Zealand. The NZRCA is signed on where every track is using it. Europe, it's growing pretty quickly, so that's the biggest one or the toughest one to crack into.
Yes.
But we're definitely making a lot of headway there.
Oh, they need it because their software is from the 80s, man. Oh, it's horrible.
Yes, it's been going great in that front, and then we're also in multiple other sports now as well. So we've got a version for go-karting, we've got a version for motocross. We're actually doing all the timing. We're contracted with Feld. We're doing supercross scoring now. So everything from mom and pop's RC track to what you watch on TV. We're kind of all over the place.
Oh yeah, and you actually, you guys did some you also branched out to the supercross. All right, we might as well talk about it now because I know this is one of the things you want to talk about with Joseph, and when he was on the, he said that you guys copied RCGP for the nationals, right? But let's talk about that because you did that for the Supercross previous to that.
Yeah, well, I sent you the screenshots of it. We had mimicked the because we're doing a lot of the stuff for Feld, so we're going to be broadcasting the Supercross Futures series, which is the amateur day that follows the Supercross night show. Obviously, NBC is covering the night show, or the pros. But we're going to be doing like Monster Cup will be out there broadcasting the amateur days and the amateur national championships. So with that, part of the deal was they wanted us to make our scoring ticker look as much like the NBC one as possible. So great, we copied that. That was also what JQ had mentioned, like, hey, the Supercross one is great, let's make it look like that, because we were originally going to be working with RCGP on the scoring front. So we built that, and we actually debuted that in Nashville. We did an internal test stream for Feld for the Nashville Supercross. I think just maybe not coincidentally, when JQ went another route for the scoring and overlay part of it, they probably used the same thing that we did, looking at Supercross and made it look very similar. So, I mean, they are different. They just look similar. So I don't know how many ways you can possibly put scoring in a vertical line across the left side of the screen.
It's Joseph, and he's got to say something. But at the time, we didn't know. So we was like, hey, they copied. But I mean, I know that you was originally supposed to be involved with Joseph in RCGP, and I remember when he was driving across America, he was talking to you. But Joseph has always got to say something. But
I mean, whatever. I mean, I if it looks the same, it looks the same. It definitely was not copied from the RCGP stuff. I mean, I sent you screenshots. Yes. You can look at Supercross and look at ours, and they are almost spitting images of each other. So, we also had that in Nashville before the first RCGP race, if that makes any difference whatsoever. But if people want to say we copied it, then so be it. Then everybody else copied us doing instant replays and doing multiple cameras and streaming on the internet. So, there's scoring tickers on the side, replays. I mean, these are all things that are done all over the place for video production.
He just did a Facebook Live, and he says he don't think copying's that bad today. So, who knows? It's Joseph. So it is what it is. Now, when did Live RC started going to more of a media site, like a news website and stuff like that? When did that officially, Like, because it was just Neo, and then it was you guys. It was always Neo, and then Live RC. Neo's kind of not as, Phil's not involved no more, and you guys, I would say you guys are the number one news website. I would say you and Circus RC and Red RC are very good. When did you kind of start? When did that transition happen?
I couldn't tell you the exact year. We actually built the stuff for the news in, I think, 2010 when we hired Eric Swanson on board. He came to help with the production in Thailand for the A-Scale Off-Road Worlds. Mm-hmm. And then at that race, we hired him full-time. And one of the things he was going to do was daily news content. And then his focus, though, was really the video stuff. And we were so busy with the video that the daily news just never really... We didn't do much. We had maybe 1 or 2 a week, so it wasn't anything worth promoting. Then we brought on Mike Garrison, and that was with the sole purpose of getting daily content and getting that going. So that was probably 2012-ish, somewhere in that ballpark. But at the time, there was really nobody in the USA that was doing daily news. It was Ebuggy and Red RC. So there was an opportunity that we could kind of fill a gap and get more of the U.S. market, and that's what we went after.
Yeah.
Since then, we had, Mike, Aaron was doing stuff. We have Mike still doing stuff now, and Tyler Hook's helping out with it. So it's been going pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. Well, being as you mentioned his name, and he's on one of the topics that we have to talk about, that I would like to talk about. Aaron, a lot of people. Okay, we all know what happened with Aaron and Dead RC. We know that happened. Okay, and he's not into RC anymore and whatnot. I actually enjoyed Aaron as a commentator and his articles, to be honest. But how did that whole situation happen? What happened there?
The Dead RC thing, you mean?
Yeah. Like, how did you?
I mean, that's a tough one to kind of go over because Aaron and I go way back, and we were very good friends back from our sponsored driver days on Losi. We were buddies then, and we had talked about him coming on board on Live RC for years and years, and then finally when the opportunity was there, we made it happen, and we were good friends. So it's unfortunate the way things ended. It is what it is, though. We were Dead RC was happening, and there was some pretty bad comments made about some people. Obviously, you don't need to go into details on that, but I wanted to figure out who it was. So I put a lot of effort into trying to figure out who that was and doing some IP tracking, and I don't want to give away all the details in case we ever need to do it again, but lo and behold, the IP just ended up being one of our own guys, and pretty crappy situation, but there's really no other choice that we had at that point other than to, part ways and, apologize to people for what happened. I still feel really bad about comments that were made from one of our own guys, but
I never saw it.
It happened, and that's it.
I never saw the Facebook page, ever. I saw Shred RC. I never saw Dead RC. So when it was only up for a couple of weeks, and it was really bad. It was just beyond the point. Shred RC is kind of funny. There was some things that were edgy, but it was you could take it with a light heart. But some of the stuff that was posted on Dead RC was just going beyond that limit where it just wasn't appropriate. Was you completely stunned when it was tracked back to one of your guys?
Absolutely.
Did you even have an inkling?
That's an understatement.
Did you have an inkling? Did you have a feeling that it might be one of your guys, or you was just wow?
Nope.
Wow.
I thought it was. I had a feeling I knew who it was, and I was not right on that. So I'm not even going to say who I thought it was.
I bet you everybody thought it was Joseph. Number one suspect. I guarantee you.
What, JQ?
Yes.
Okay, that's not who I thought, but
I'm shocked.
JQ's controversial, but he's still a good guy. I like JQ, and I don't think he would go that far. He can he'll be a bit edgy on stuff that he says, but I don't think he would go as far as Dead RC. I think he's got more tact than that. He's still got respect for the industry, and that's unfortunately what Dead RC didn't have. So,
well, it's unfortunate because Aaron put a lot of time into RC. He was passionate about it. I enjoyed his commentary. I enjoyed his articles. I mean, there's far worse things that have happened in RC as well, and people are still around. But I get it. I just, unfortunately, I'll never know because I never saw any of the stuff that was written on there. But it was a big shock. I was like, I remember when it happened. I was like, what the hell is Dead RC? Like, I didn't even know what it was. So.
You're telling me that, that was definitely one of the most difficult days in live RC history, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, what does the future hold for live RC? What are your plans? You are doing the Supercross stuff. The scoring's obviously going well. Even we talked about it, like you're doing limited. It costs money. You know what I mean? Because we can't ask. Conversation was on the nationals. Just like, well, I would, to be better, you have to send more people, and it takes more people. The more cameras you have, the more things you have to do. You need more bodies to do it. So it's just all about money. What does the future look like for live RC?
We've got a ton of stuff in the works. I mean, stuff we've been working on for a couple of years, but projects are constantly, getting changed and rerouted just based on, what needs to be done now. We're definitely expanding into other sports, but that ultimately, I've been asked a bunch of times by different people, are you going to get out of RC or stop doing RC? Absolutely not. RC is still the biggest number of tracks. There's more RC tracks than motocross tracks. There's more RC tracks than dirt oval tracks for big cars. I mean, it's a big industry, so we're not going to give up that industry at all. We've already got, a very good market share in that, so we are 100% in for RC. The nice part about doing the other industries is it's allowing us to expand beyond just the limitations of RC. So when we build something and we've got funding behind it from Supercross, that all trickles down to RC. So we can build some really cool stuff, Ticker being a great example. We put a lot of time into the new scoring stuff, the new Ticker, and all of that carried over to RC. So you're going to see more and more of that. The globalization of drivers, that's something we've talked about for a long time. We have data from years and years of races, and it's all linked back to drivers. So the next step right now is making a global profile where people use their live RC account, and they can link their results from every track they've ever been at. So if you go race at OCRC, then you go race at EN Hobbies, it's going to link to the same profile.
Really?
And
wow.
That's the next thing is getting everybody to create that one profile and link everything into each other. So we've got the foundation done. We're just juggling a whole lot of projects right now. I guess the race registration, that's not a big secret. That's something that we've already been doing for Supercross. So we've got a full registration system that just easily integrates with the RC stuff. Or with the lifetime stuff. So that's something in the pipeline coming in the near future. I don't want to give a time on it, but that's something that definitely is something we'll be doing for the future. More elaborate scoring. We've got a whole site redesigned already for the live scoring interface. We're just kind of working out a few of the kinks on it. And then the current project right now is redoing the live RC homepage of the news page, which is many years past due. There's just been other projects that have bumped that one back. That's at the top of our list right now. So, hopefully within the next month or two, don't quote me on a date because dates always change, but we'll have a new mobile friendly news site, and stuff that's been, 5 years past due right now is getting done.
Yeah. It all takes time, man. It all takes time. But like you said, the funding from the other projects will trickle down to RC, and that will help. It all makes perfect sense. We kind of talked about it yesterday when we was trying to record, but my internet was messing up. And, obviously I'm big on RCGP because I'm involved with Joseph, and, I love that fact that we have a series going on and that we're getting to see some of the best racers 8-scale racers in the world race over and over, more than once or twice a year or every 2 years. I know yourself and a few other people kind of got together to try and do something a few years ago. Can we go and talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. Assume the IFMAR or the Worlds Committee thing after the Worlds in Argentina is what you're referring to?
I think Joseph was talking about yourself, the guy from had the 10-scale Worlds in Vasa.
Yep. That's the group. Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, there was never anything super concrete that happened. It unfortunately kind of fizzled out. But after the Worlds in Argentina, where there were, there's some issues there, manufacturers got together and everyone was kind of riled up about it. Then it fizzled out. There was a manufacturers group. And then same thing after the next Worlds. It seems to kind of go in spurts, which is the unfortunate side effect. Everybody wants to make things better right after the race. Mm-hmm. And then you get back from the race and it's a couple of weeks of, motivation, and then it kind of fizzles out. And the idea was never to try to replace, a world championship. It was to try to get all the manufacturers to band together and put on a really, really badass world championship. So if every manufacturer pitched in, for example, $10,000, they're already spending $50,000 to get their team there. If we had another $100,000, could we bring it into, incorporate it into a NASCAR race or a World Rally Championship or Supercross and do it in the parking lot or something where we could get a whole lot of eyeballs on it and make it a spectacle? Because the unfortunate thing is we do all these cool races, but they're just at a club track, not to knock any club tracks. There's some amazing club tracks, but they just don't get the spectators. So we keep trying to fight over the same piece of the pie, and nobody's really going out there trying to do this race in front of 1 million people or 100,000 people and grow that pie.
I agree with you, dude. You obviously believe what I believe is that I think if we got a race at like a motocross race, like one of the Lucas Oil motocross races, like built a purpose-built track, and just have what RCGP is planning on doing is having that next year. Maybe, I don't know if it's going to be in America or in Europe, but that is the demographic of people we need to hit. Like the people that are into full-scale racing, because they don't even know what we're doing.
Right.
And I actually at 100% agree with you. If we can get it in front of that many people that they can see it, say, hey, what's that? But we also have to have like the best guys out there representing, it has to look professional, like professionally done. I think that would be a big boost for RC. I tell people all the time, if 100 people got into RC in America tomorrow, it would affect RC so much. Just 100 people would affect it. I know it sounds like a little number, but I honestly I feel that. So I really would like to see the manufacturers come together too and try and do something and grow the pie and make it bigger. Because if the pie is bigger and everybody gets a little bigger piece to eat, everybody's satisfied. So
yeah.
Unfortunately, that's what I know Joseph's main goal, or RCGP's main goal is. Just got to get the manufacturers behind it. I give them, if everybody can talk shit about Joseph and whatever, but at least with the least amount of money, they have gotten something done, Now, hopefully more people come on and it could grow in the next year. But what do you think about it so far? Have you watched any of the coverage? Have you checked it out?
Yeah. It's
no, you can be honest.
So far, it seems to be going good. It's just, it needs, more entries and more, it just needs more people involved in it. And that's kind of the catch-22 is, it's JQ's involved with the JQ brand, and it's difficult when you own a car brand to get other manufacturers to jump on board. And I give JQ all the credit in the world. He's truly built something from the ground up, and I can relate to that. It's really difficult to do that, and he's come through. He's got his own car. He's done a lot. He's done some really great things for the hobby. But but he's also very controversial, and that's, as much as that's helped the brand, it also is what can sometimes hurt it.
Oh, I know,
and,
firsthand.
You know, I think that's kind of his niche. He's found his niche of the people that are, you know, all on board with that, and that's what you need to do in business, is find one niche and go for it. You can't try to be everything to everybody, and he's certainly done that. But it also just makes things more difficult when you're trying to do, you know, RCGP, for example. So I'd like to see it work out and succeed. You know, we originally were hoping to be part of it, and you know, if we're not, we're not. But it's the right idea. It's just,
I think we all need to just come together. You know, if we, like you said, it comes in spurts. Like the manufacturers get excited after a while to say, yeah, we got to do this and we got to do that. But then we just go back to doing the same thing over and over again. I'm not saying that has to go away, because we still have to go to these races and have these races all still matter. I want to see more club racing happening. But we have to try and do something different, man. We can't keep doing the same thing over and saying it's going to change. We have to take it. If people don't know what we're doing, we need to take it to them. I'm a strong believer of that. You know?
Yeah.
I am definitely a strong believer. I think that's the future of RC, if someone has to do it. But that brings me to one of my probably my last question for myself is, well, it's two. What would you like to see change in RC, and what do you think? Well, you pretty much answered that. What do you think it would take to get to that next level? Because you obviously believe it can be a spectator sport, hobby.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's ever going to be like, you know, what motocross is. There's some things that danger is what sells, and RC is never going to have the danger aspect. So, you know, I think we need to set realistic expectations. I think it could definitely be more of a spectator sport than it is, but you know, unfortunately there's limitations, and I hope I'm wrong. I just, you know, you can't shoot. You know, I think if we try to overdo it, it could be a big failure too. If we try to, you know, rent out a football stadium and try to get 60,000 fans in it, it's just not going to happen.
No, of course not.
But I think there's, you know, the sponsorship thing, that's always a concern, but that's not going to change. No. You know, I understand why manufacturers do it, and that's just kind of the new wave now with every industry. It's not just RC. You see the same thing in motocross and big car racing. I mean, it's everywhere. So it's unfortunate that, you know, it's hurting the hobby shops, but it's just the new wave, and everybody has to adjust the business model because it's not going away. But we do need to get more club racing back, and that's really where a lot of our focus is with the globalization of the data, is we're trying to add a little bit more thrill or a little bit more gamification to the club racing with what we're doing with the online accounts and linking all the data. So then we can start doing weekly competitions of, you know, have an ELO ranking. It's called like what they do in chess, or if you play iRacing, the same kind of thing, where you beat people faster than you, your ranking goes up. You get beat by people slower than you, your ranking goes down. And start doing some global rankings of drivers and add some games to it. You know, get a wall with badges. You get the Ironman award if you race 5 classes in a night. If you do the most laps at your club race or at your track that night for practice, you get a badge. Just different things. So every week you go back club racing, you have something to shoot for, and then get some manufacturer support that we can do some weekly prizes. Whoever did the most practice lap gets a set of tires. Whoever did, you know, this or that, they get a set of tires. This person gets a car. Things like that, where manufacturers can donate $50 in product a week. And if everybody does that, that's not going to, I mean, $50 a week in product is a drop in the bucket for manufacturers, but you get 10 manufacturers doing that, and now you have a whole bunch of prizes that you can start giving away to people that are actively club racing. And that's what we need for, ultimately, for the sport to succeed. We need more hobby shops. If there was a hobby shop every 60 miles, you're going to see 100 new people a week in RC car racing, because hobby shops are really what get people in the door. And, you know, we can try to promote all we want on TV, but if we have more racetracks, people are going to see those tracks. They stop by to check it out, just local businesses, word of mouth. That kind of stuff will go miles and miles to help RC grow. We just need to get back to that point where there is a whole lot. There's more RC car shops opening than there is closing, and right now it seems to be going the opposite direction.
Well, I think people will learn. Like people, I think if people know what RC, say, oh, I think that's cool. I like that. Where can I go do this? You know, people really learn at the track. So you go to a track. I know, like, we say we want to get hobby shops back, but I'll be honest, man. It's not just hobby shops that are suffering. It's just brick and mortar build shops. Period. You know, you have.
When I say hobby shops, I mean racetracks in general.
Right.
Some may have a shop. Some may be just a club. We just need more tracks.
I agree. I think we need more, tracks, but with clubs, like people that can help these new people that come in, like, oh yeah, you need to do this, or this is how you adjust your motor, and you know, because that's one of the biggest things come in, and like people just don't know this exists. If you have a track directory where people can go and say, hey, you know, I live in Wisconsin. What's the closest track nearby where I live? And it's just an hour and a half away. There we go. You know, like sort of like what Car Action had back in the day with their magazine. Like you go look in the back and be like, oh, track and hobby shop directory. You know, I used to, and so I definitely feel we need to get it in front of people and then show people where they can go do it and learn. So I agree. I agree as well with that. One thing I forgot to touch on is, man, you had a badass track in your backyard at one point too.
Yeah.
Now, did you like?
It's still there. It's just under weeds right now.
Oh, I know that exact feeling. I got one about 10 minutes away from here, and it's gonna be under weeds because I'm not going back there to do anything. How long did you operate that for?
Oh man, that was like 3 years in the making, and I did 2 races. You know, one race 2 years in a row, and that was really for fun. That was never intended to be a moneymaker thing. I really wanted to make a badass track, and at the time I was hardcore racing. I wanted a practice track, and of course I spent all the time working on the track, and everybody else got to practice on it except me. So yeah, you know, I kind of got burned out on it, and it's also one of those things where you make, you know, at a regional race, you charge $30 for an entry, you get a couple hundred entries, so you make $5,000 or $6,000. But I also spent, you know, $6,000 or $7,000 on all the equipment and stuff to get the race ready every year. So it was a whole lot of time and effort to put in just to lose a couple $1,000, and that wasn't that part kind of sucked. So
yeah, it's a lot of work.
I'd still love to. Yeah, I'd still love to do it again. Maybe one of these years I'll, you know, get it back up and running. I've got all the equipment and everything to do it. It's just, you know, when I bought my house in 2009 and I was single, no kids. In 2011, 11, 12, 13, I was married and then had 3 kids. I'm sorry. So, yeah, that kind of took a lot of the time away from it.
And money.
You know,
and money. Don't forget that. Kids consume money. I'm learning that.
Yep.
Cool, man. Well, I do have a few viewer questions, and then I'm going to go into the 10 question, 10 second segment. So here are some of the viewer questions. First off, Pete Phillips. How's Aaron Waldron doing? Well, we covered that. Rick McCurry. That's how we got talking, because Rick and I were looking for results from the Nationals. He goes, why is it so hard to find overall results? Asking for a friend. Dude, there was not result. Let's be real. I searched up and down that website that day because I was looking in a normal place where they usually are. And I was like, man, I cannot find results. I was so angry because I was trying to see where everybody finished. And that's when I made that post.
Yeah. So you mean the results have always been there for each race. You mean the overall ranking?
Yes. Overall ranking.
Okay. So that's been there for maybe 9 months now. Actually, at the Reedy race this year in January, we added that feature in. We've always had it with a PDF that could be uploaded, but it wasn't just automated to get the overall. You know, it's one of those weird things. Like, that's a very big thing in Europe. It was never really a big thing in the U.S. Nobody looked at overall results. They just, you know, look at each individual race. So it kind of went overlooked, to be bluntly honest, but it got added in January, but it was way at the bottom of the page. It was kind of hidden. You couldn't find it that well. So when you said that, then I was looking and I'm like, why is everybody asking about this? Because it's there. So I saw it and I moved the link up to the top. So now it's blatantly obvious where it is.
Yeah.
So every race that is completed now, from club races, everything, as long as they're using the one of the later versions of live time from anything 3.0 and above, it'll have the overall results uploaded. The key is they have to make sure they complete the event. They have to run every race. If they have a main event that, had one guy and they didn't run it, it's not going to know to trigger the overall results to upload. So if you see that at your track, tell them just to click start and finish on that race, or just delete the race. And then the results are automatically uploaded and they're there for everything. So that's no longer, I guess, short answer, that's not an issue anymore. That's been there for about 9 months now.
Yeah, I found them after you put them up that day.
Cool.
Will Smith, he says, will you ever make a software update that links something like the R1 Works Wi-Fi data logger to lap information to show RPM, brake, and data like real racing? Will always has these super confusing questions.
So, short answer, I would absolutely love to. I'm a data junkie. I love doing that kind of stuff. Long answer is it kind of depends on what the support is and what the adoption rate is for it. That's a whole lot of work for us to add a lot of time and money to pay engineering staff to do that if there's only 2 people that are using the data logger. So it's kind of a chicken or the egg. More people might use the data logger if we have that available on the site. But if it's not available on the site, nobody's using it. So, I think you'll definitely see some of that stuff, especially with the other sports. We'll just have to, hopefully standardize a protocol. But it really is all about, requests. If we get 1,000 people requesting integration for it, then absolutely that's going to jump to the top of the list. Okay. So.
And your good buddy Joseph Quagrain, will you ever list final results? I've showed him over and over that the final results are there.
I think we just covered that. So
my buddy Kenneth Pope was watching the Wicked Weekend, and he goes, "What's up with that whack ass camera view? # bang bang." Now we have to let people know that you had no crew there. That was just Race Time Entertainment with their camera and your scoring. I actually have a question I forgot to ask. What is the minimal cost to have like moving camps and the minimal crew there? What is the minimal cost to a track?
It's pretty reasonable. I mean, it's cover the cost of travel and what we got to pay our guy. So, and that's somewhat of a variable question. It's kind of on a, event by event basis. It's like for the DNC, for example, we're not going to go to a track and say, give us $20,000 to be there. Like, that's just not going to happen because it's a lot of money. So we go out and we get sponsors on our own, and we front a lot of that cost. But if you as a track owner say, hey, I'm hosting a club race next week, I want the full team there. Well, then it's going to cost you whatever the full cost is. I'm picking an easy number at $20,000 here. May not be that much, but we will charge you the full cost because there's going to be 6 people watching your club race.
Right.
So, it really depends on the race, and we try to minimize the cost as much as possible to the tracks. But we also just need to budget so we don't lose money doing it.
Of course.
I've done too many events over the years where we just go and we end up losing money, and it's offset the races where we can make some money. We've definitely offset that too many times with races that we don't, and that's where we're trying to filter out and stop losing money on some of these events.
Yeah. Okay. And Craig Kinsley, I actually think you answered this question as in our conversation. He goes, are there any future plans for a grading system like Europe F grading system, or a rankings based on laps times through your system? Maybe something that we could distinguish between average Joes, not named. I'm not.
Yeah, so that is in the works right now, and it's a whole lot of data to take in and manage, but it is absolutely in the works and something we will be doing in the future.
And hold on, I had that. Some guy asked me to ask you about Liver C. I don't know.
I mean, I don't think there's much of a hidden story other than when people see Live RC, everybody that, if you're not into RC, they just think it's Liver C. And, if you just see the domain liverc.com, that's what it looks like. But I don't think there's much of a story outside of that.
When you're at these Supercross races and talking to these people who do motocross, do they know about RC, like what we're doing? And what I mean, like, do they know, like, I'm mostly a nitro guy. Do they know what we're doing, like 8-scale nitro racing? Do they have any idea about it?
A lot of them do, yeah. That's a pretty good crossover market.
Mhm.
There's a lot of supercross racers that are pretty big into RC. Look at OCRC. They've got pro supercross guys going out all the time. Tomac has cars. Sealy has cars. There's guys that are sponsored by Associated, Low C, Kiel Show. It's a pretty good crossover. I don't know how many of a lot of the fans will know, but not to the same extent, I don't think, that some of the racers do.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to get 7 Deuce Deuce on this podcast. I messaged him. He answered me.
Okay.
And he says, I love RC, but I haven't heard from him since. So
Nice.
I'm trying. I'll send him another message next week because I definitely think it's the, as the crossover. Joe Zaire Jr., does he miss holding races at his own backyard track?
I do miss it, yeah. That was a lot of fun. It's just there's so many other things now, trying to figure out a weekend to do it and get 2 weeks straight to prep for it. It's just next to impossible.
And
I think
I'm sorry.
I ultimately ran into the same problem I think everybody that starts a track runs into, where you say, hey, I'm thinking about building a track, and 15 people say, hey, yeah, I'll help you out. I'll come out and help you work on it all the time. And then you build it and nobody shows up.
Yeah, sounds about right. And my buddy Wayne Westbrook actually asked the question that I'm going to ask you on the 10 question, 10 second segment. And he asked about the backyard track again. And he says, what is Live RC doing to bring RC racing closer to the mainstream spotlight? I think we kind of covered that.
Yeah, I mean, some of the club racing stuff, that's, one step where we can do some software stuff to help that grow, or hopefully help it grow. Definitely trying to get more coverage. I mean, we've got contacts now with TV. We've got the right pieces in the right places to do a cool event and do some really awesome stuff. It's just finding the right event that is made for TV, because the attention span nowadays of people, they're not going to watch an hour-long main, and they're not going to watch a 3-hour show just to see, 45 minutes of downtime. RC is a very slow-moving thing, so we need to build a race format that is very conducive to jam-pack it into a 2-hour show, kind of what Supercross does, or even an hour-and-a-half show. And then I think we'll have something that's more ready for the mainstream. For us, it's event promotion, track building. That's not really our forte. I'd love to do it. It's just a time constraint. So if we can find somebody we can work with, and they want to build a track and put it on in a badass facility, and we can go do the broadcast and bring it to some TV coverage, absolutely, I'm 100% in.
Awesome. All right. Well, that's all of our viewer questions. So now we're going to go on to the 10 question, 10 second segment. Now, these never are 1 second, 10 second questions. So you're meant to answer them as quickly as possible, but I know some of them you probably won't be able to. So are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Number 1, the hardest race you have had to broadcast so far?
Argentina.
Oh, because that's coming up later. Number 2, if you could have any 2 people to call a race right now, whoever it was, who would you have?
I think probably Garrison, Scotty, and Swanka, and I gotta keep 3 people, and Tyler Hook's joining in too, because he's got the the know-how and a lot of the on-track knowledge, because he's actively racing.
Okay. Best
I can't say 2.
Okay. Best production so far, in your opinion? What's been your best production?
For anything, or for RC cars?
For RC cars.
Probably, I think the Roarnats this year went pretty good. We've had bigger crews at other stuff. DNC, I think, went really good. Every race, we're trying, little new stuff. This is more than a 1 second answer, so.
No worries.
Probably Roarnats is up there, but we didn't have everything that we would like to have at Roarnats with the different sector times and stuff like that. So different races for different reasons.
Okay. Number 4, your favorite country visited for RC?
I think Thailand was a blast. It was the first race we ever went to that was completely different culture. And that was definitely a very memorable one because of that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Number 5, because I know you are a Green Bay Packers fan, because I saw you. Favre or Rodgers?
Rodgers for now.
Okay. Number 7, one of these, you get to keep 2. One has to go. Football, motocross, or RC?
That's not fair. I have to keep 1.
You get to keep 2. One has to go.
I'll probably keep RC and motocross because that's what puts food on the plate.
Okay. But you sound like you love football just as much.
Oh, I love football, yes.
Yeah, I do. I'm a Tampa Bay fan. I've never been to a game, though. One day I got to get to one.
Well, if they play the Packers, come on up for a game.
Oh, and freeze my nuts off in the snow with you guys? You guys insane. Okay. Number 7. 10th scale or 8th scale? Which one do you prefer?
Racing 10 scale, watching A scale.
Okay. Number 8, because we kind of talked about this a few weeks ago. I've heard the stories. I actually heard a podcast with him on it. Describe the Argentina Worlds.
Difficult.
I should say David Church and then just leave it at that. But I'm not going to throw you under the bus like that. I heard all about it. That was wild. Very wild. What made the Argentina World so difficult?
The internet didn't work.
Oh.
We had, a lot of money tied up in sponsorships, a lot of money tied up in all access passes, and the internet just didn't work. We paid a whole lot of money for it. And, it's not like we have the resources there that we have at home. It just didn't work.
Did they hassle you coming through customs and stuff as well with your equipment?
A little bit. Other guys got it worse. We got stopped, but it was, it took an hour, but it really wasn't that bad. It was just a lot of questions.
Yeah, when Joseph and I went to Argentina in 2017, I got held up looking at all my stuff, and they knew who we were. Like, oh yeah, you're coming for this race and all this type of stuff. They must have had it in the newspaper. So I speak Spanish, well, somewhat. I speak enough Spanish to get by. So yeah, the Argentinian Worlds. Everybody seems like every single person that I've talked to didn't like that race. Like people said it was dangerous and this, and I was in Argentina and I loved it.
It's unfortunate because the guys that put it on were good guys, and they put a lot of effort into it. The track was cool, but it's a culture shock for a lot of people, and it was really just a lot of the stuff just didn't happen the way it was supposed to. For us, it was we didn't have internet. For some of the other guys, that the pit spaces weren't quite right, or the fuel is a problem. It's just customs was an issue for a lot of guys. Some people, didn't get their stuff out of customs for the first couple days. I think there was a mugging in front of them, that wasn't at the track. It's just they went downtown and ventured out. And we ventured out on the last day and ended up in the middle of a protest with, I can't think of the guy's name, but everyone was holding up the signs for the socialist dude that, I'm drawing a mind blank, but
I can't remember back then either.
We were in the middle of it, and everyone told us it was so dangerous to be down there, and we just, don't hold your phones out. But it was really cool. I mean, it's just something you don't experience here. It was that part of it was a lot of fun, but it was miserable in the sense that we had a whole lot of money tied up in sponsorships and all access passes and couldn't deliver a product because the internet that we paid for or promised just didn't work.
Okay. Now, you and I have talked about this, but I'm going to ask, why no RCGP love on Live RC?
Man, it's we get asked that a lot. It's not that there's no love on it. We've posted articles about it. It's the same as with all the other races. If we have somebody at the race, we'll put a race recap on it. If we don't have somebody at the race, we can't just steal photos from, Circus RC or from Red RC or from somebody else that is there. we can't just steal that content. We will post an article if somebody sends us a race report that says, hey, our guy won this race. Yeah, sure, we'll post it. It's just we don't get those on that race. We don't have anybody there, so we can't really do a write-up if we're not there to know what's going on, and we can't put photos up if we don't have somebody there taking photos. So there's no ill intent or ill will there. It's just we don't have the content to do it, and it's no different than any other race we're at. We don't ever put stuff up for the Euros if we're not there, but we will put up race reports if we get sent a race report on the Euros. So, I mean, there's zero ill will for it. We just don't have the content, and we can't just make something up. It's somebody's got to send us the content to put up on there.
Are you guys covering the 10 scale worlds?
Nope, that was just unfortunately too cost prohibitive. It's right in the backyard of of the guys in Europe, so it's they can go there for a tenth of the cost of what we can. So we'd love to, but it's
it's just not cost effective.
So especially flights to Slovakia are really expensive. So it just love to do it, but you can't do them all.
Okay. And number 10, and this might be personal, I don't know if you want to answer it. Do you think that you and Waldron ever reconcile and be friends?
I've got absolutely zero ill will for him. I mean, I think the guy made a mistake on what he did, but business is business, friends is friends. I've tried reaching out a couple times, wish happy birthday, stuff like that. I haven't gotten any responses, which I'm honestly kind of bummed about, because him and I are friends that go way back, but I understand if he's upset too that it ended the way it did. But friends is friends, business is business, and I try to separate those, but if it can't, then so be it, I guess.
Well, that's all I have for the 10 question 10 second segment. Thank you for participating in that. Do you have anything to say before we sign off here? Say thank you to anybody?
Thanks to our entire crew. I think we've got an awesome staff of people with, our partner Corey, Jensen, Tyler, Mike, everybody on our crew. I think we've got an awesome staff right now, and looking forward to what the future brings.
You know what? I always think of something before I gonna sign off. Full scale racing. You guys do like off-road racing, like with buggies and stuff, right?
Yeah.
You sponsor that, or is that you just personally racing?
The picture you put on the Facebook thing?
Yeah.
No, so that's actually not my car. That we sponsored Matt Gerald, who is an RC guy that I've raced with forever, and he raced the big cars. He had a real bad wreck in a Pro Light, and then had a pretty amazing recovery after a spinal injury and got back into the car racing. And we wanted to help him out, and so we sponsored his car for a couple of years, and he's since retired from racing, but it was awesome to see him come back, and he actually put it on the podium for the World Championships in Crandon. So that was really cool to see. We are broadcasting a lot of those races now. We just did the in Bark River, the Lucas Oil Off-Road Series, the big pro series. So been doing more and more in that as well. But I wish I could race one of those, but can't race and broadcast at the same time.
No, you can't. Well, that's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. All right, man. Well, I appreciate you coming on. I always like to get to know people and how things got started, and that's pretty cool. I will say thank you for what you do. I know it's a thankless job. I know I criticize you, and everybody does, but I appreciate that we actually have coverage, and we can see this when it happens. So thank you. I mean, I like both. I like the guys in Europe, and I like what you do, and you have definitely helped improve my RC experience over the years. So I do say thank you for that.
Good to hear.
All right, man. Well, thank you for your time, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime. Glad to be on. Thanks for having me.
All righty.
Now we're about to go into the JQ Racing Rant. This is the uncensored part of the podcast. We will not censor it. It has cursing, banter, jokes, you name it. Pretty much what we would be talking about in the pits if we were at a race. I do understand some young kids listen to this podcast. Maybe this isn't suitable for them, and that's fine. If you're a parent, you don't mind your kids listening to it, that's cool too. We don't mind that as well. So if this ends your podcast listening for the night or for the episode, we appreciate your support. Please continue to support us. We strive to bring content weekly for you guys, the listeners, the people that love RC. So thank you for your support. If you're going on to the JQ Racing Rant, enjoy it, because it's always fun to get on there and talk smack to Joseph or Jeff or whatever we think's going on in RC. We try to rant, but we also try to offer solutions. So remember, Nitro's the glory, ebuggy pays the bills, and see you next week.
We are now at that point of the show where you should fasten those seatbelts and put your big boy pants on. Whoa. Things are about to get serious. It's time for the JQ Racing Rant.
Welcome to the JQ Racing Rant. This is the part of the podcast that's uncensored, raw, rated R, not PG-13. It's meant to be a rant with a purpose, as well as just having fun and talking shit, banter, joking, what we would do normally in the pits. So if you get offended easily, you probably shouldn't listen to this part of the podcast. So joining me this weekend, this episode, I always say weekend. I don't know why. It's never the weekend when I record these things. Is Jeff Keaton. What's up, Jeff? How are you?
I am doing fan-freaking-tastic. And in your disclaimer, the sportsman guys better go ahead and just shut their damn recording down, because they are getting ready to get lit the fuck up.
Oh, yeah. We seem to always have this argument after a race time event. So, but before we get on to that, you did some club racing this weekend?
I did, out at the Eagle track in Boise, Idaho. It was good. Tried a couple new shock stuff, and it was good. Car was awesome.
You're getting ready for the NCT this weekend in Yakima. Yakima, is that it? Yeah.
No, this one's in Burlington.
Okay, Burlington. The next one's in Yakima.
Next one's in Yakima.
Good stuff. I actually got a question from a guy, Ryan Van. Let me see if I got his name, and you might be able to help with this. He actually sent me a question today. Ryan Van Riper. He says, "Hey man, sorry to bother you. I've talked to him before. I'm trying to assemble a local RC club and was wondering if you have any advice on getting it started. Thanks." So I said I'll save this for the podcast. I wanted to do it with Joseph and you, but Joseph he did a Facebook Live and he's tired and he's testing coyote shows.
He did another one today?
Yeah, it's actually pretty good.
What a bitch.
He tested he must have went out and tried like an MP9 and an AE today all day at the track in his car, and he compared all three. So it was actually pretty good. What I did watch. But yeah, before we get into the rant, what advice would you give to Ryan to start a club? Because the one thing that I find lacking in America is actual clubs.
Right.
It's a big thing in Europe. I know, I would say a good example of a club that has a track is Flowwood in Mississippi, because I think it's actually government property and is run by, I don't know the exact how everything works, but the government supplements them, or the local people,
Right.
And
there's a lot of them around. I mean, even like Phil Hurd in Savannah.
That's a good one, yes.
That's on city property. Even where the Nationals was 2 years ago in Lake City, at the south side. That's all club-based.
But there is no real clubs anymore in America, I don't see. In the UK, I'll use UK for example, they actually have clubs. This is our club. This such and such, and such club.
I'm learning that there is. There actually is. They don't get the publicity that they should. I mean, even here in Boise, we have Treasure Coast RC, or Treasure Valley RC, which is a club, and they have an indoor carpet track and the outdoor track. And they pay rent for the indoor carpet track, but the outdoor track is on city property, and that was all donated and all that stuff. But to answer his question, how do you start a club? Well, the first thing you need to start a club is members. So he would need to get in I don't care where you are in the country, there's RC enthusiasts everywhere, whether they're organized or whether there's a couple bashers or whatever. But to start a club, you have to have members. So my recommendation is to him would be to start a Facebook page and try and get all the RC enthusiasts, whether they're racers or bashers. It doesn't matter. Just if they're an RC enthusiast and they're willing to put forth a little bit of effort to organize RC in that area, then you use social media, you get them together. Once you have a membership or kind of a baseline of 10, 12, 15 people, however many you can organize, then you kind of you got to do the tax stuff. So you need to file for a nonprofit, because in order for you to get city funding of any kind, you have to be a nonprofit. So you got to go through the paperwork to file for your nonprofit status. Once you get that, then you can go to your city or county Parks and Recs department, and it's better to go there with as many people as you possibly can. Not physically go there with all these people, but go there with documentation that says, hey, we're such and such club. We have 50 members or 25 members or 10 members or however many members you have. This is our nonprofit status, and we are looking for a place to put a track in. And the Parks Department, it's better to do that kind of at the beginning of the year, because the Parks Department has a lot of money at the beginning of the year, and they're more willing to budget you in. If you go to the middle or towards the end of the year when they have no money and they have no funding and they have no nothing, they're going to just blow you off. So you go to the Parks Department and you say, hey, this is who we are. We want to get on your docket to talk to the council about putting together a plan to build an RC track or dirt oval track or whatever it is that you're trying to build. And they'll get you on a docket, and then you go to those meetings and attend it. And sometimes they'll fund it 100%. Sometimes they'll just give you a piece of property and say, here's a piece of property, you do the rest. Sometimes they'll give you a piece of property in a driver stand, and then you got to bring in the clay, or, there's a lot of different ways to do it, but that's kind of the starting point. You got to have members. That's the biggest thing.
Because before you left Florida, you was kind of involved in this up there in Jacksonville. With the track. I forgot all about that. But also, I would say a great starting point is to just, even if you have a track, or maybe just a place, maybe you have a track that you all go to. Maybe you want to form a club there to be a part of that track.
Yeah.
I would say just invite everybody. You can, people like to barbecue, drink beer, and race RC cars, right? So invite everybody out, I would say, for a fun day at the track. I think that we kind of get away from that as well in RC. We used to do it back home in Bermuda, have a fun day at the track. Just come out and have fun, and somebody be barbecuing, somebody bring, everybody pitches in and brings something.
Yeah, kind of a potluck type of thing. Just show up, bring some beer, bring some food, and let's we're not racing, we're just playing around and having a good time, and
And then you could talk about the club and see how much you got, and start electing people and whatever. But it can be done.
The biggest mistake I see with that side of it is people, they only go toward, or they gravitate towards the racers. So say you're trying to build an off-road track, a county or a city funded RC track. They discount the bashers, and the bashers, even though they may not want to race, or they have no desire to actually physically go and participate and race or help build or anything, they still want to go on a Tuesday or a Wednesday or whenever they want to go to some track and just go do backflips off of a big double, you know? And those guys would join a club to have that opportunity.
Yes, of course.
So they have no desire to be involved in the club, but their membership, what people don't understand is the membership is what drives the funding from the city or county. So the more members you have, the bigger your club is, the more dollars you get, whenever they decide to budget you in. And the basher market is the biggest in any city, town, county, whatever. It's the biggest. It's way bigger than RC racing is.
Oh yeah, of course.
So get those guys involved. Get them involved some way, somehow. Even if it's just to be a member of your club.
Yes, that's great advice. I'm glad I asked you, because I didn't really have an idea how to do it. But he's in America, you're in America, so you obviously know the ins and outs of it. Yeah,
I've done it. I've been through the whole process many times. In many places that I've lived. We did it in New Mexico. We did it in Florida. I've helped other clubs get involved or get, started. So it's, it is what it is. But membership, you got to get people.
Yes. And I also want to plug, you're also kind of full-time now on Track Walk, the podcast up there in the Pacific Northwest of Colin Branch and Travis Kendall.
The uncensored one.
Okay, I am going to release the tapes one day.
For your big disclaimer that you have at the beginning of this little JQ portion of the podcast, you sure do censor me a lot.
Hey,
I'm just saying.
Joseph is uncensored and he don't care, and even he was like, "Yeah, maybe we can't let that one go." So you knew it was
pretty
bad.
good when I shut him up.
Yeah, but yeah. So check out Colin, and I just really like what's going on up there in the Pacific Northwest. Period. I think they're definitely onto something. I know I bring it up every podcast because I just think it's one of the healthiest scenes I've seen up there. I haven't been up there, but I can just get that vibe.
Well, it is up here. I mean, the biggest thing that I've noticed up here, and this is just all up here, in Oregon, Washington, Idaho, this whole area. See, back on the club racing thing, the club racing is huge up here. So these guys don't care about the big events. They have no desire to go to an event that has 600 entries. They have no desire to travel more than 4 hours outside of their area. Like, it is hot. Like Burlington, we're going to Burlington this weekend. None of the Boise guys will drive because it's a 7-hour drive. So they're like, "Nah, I ain't going up there for that."
Sorry, go ahead.
That's how it is up here. Like, they have their area and they'll go to all the races in their area, but they're not going anywhere outside of their area. So club racing up here is huge. They get at the Burlington track that we're going to, I think they race like Tuesday night or some night, and they get 120 entries.
Really?
At a club race.
That's
regularly, good. Week in, week out.
That's awesome.
Die Hard that I raced at, that turf track that I raced at, they had a club race last Friday night. They had 114 entries for the club race.
That's great. That's great.
So club racing up here is
big.
Ridiculously big. And then this NCT series race that we're going to this weekend, they're expecting like 350 entries.
Well, that's what I was going to talk about, is that I think that's their only series catering to 8-scale racing. And that's what makes it great. It isn't diluted.
Yeah, it's the only series, period. And, of course, they run 10-scale and 8-scale at that race.
I got to definitely get up there. I'm trying to convince Joseph to come up to that race that you was talking about on the podcast.
The Fallout race.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. I know I'm not going to be able to come up there, but we shall see. I don't
know if you're still in.
I wouldn't mind staying, but my wife would probably my daughter's birthday is like October 29th. She would be upset. All right. So we had Wicked Weekend. I had Trent on earlier. He talked about his experience up there. I thought it was a great race. I thought the track was good. You have to eat some. Well, actually, you have to eat 2 lots of crow before we go on.
I gotta eat a lot of crow on that one.
But you got to eat crow on something else too. But first off, you said there wasn't gonna be a lot of entries, but this race, I think what it is about Wicked Weekend is people always wait to the last minute. It's a very central track. It's easy to get to. They got 600 entries and over 300 people, more than what they got, 30 plus more people than they did last year.
Yeah, no, I went based off of Live RC and talking to a lot of the pros that weren't going.
Mm-hmm.
And then the only pro that did end up going that I was told was Joe.
Mm-hmm.
But outside that, I was right on that. But the entry count, yeah, they killed it. They rocked it.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's my bad for even second guessing Dave and anything else. Like, that just goes to show you too, because there was still a lot of big players that didn't go to that race, and they still pulled 650 entries.
I think they saw the track and was like, "Yeah, I'm going," because the track was very nice. It looked great, like that quad and whatnot. Yeah, I think it was good. Bobby did a good job. And
yeah, I mean, that's for sure. So Dave, if you're listening, buddy, I am sorry for second guessing you. You killed it once again. Everything I heard about the race was positive, and everybody was happy. And
the only thing I heard people complain about was the over excessive down and quiets that Jimmy Babcock was doing.
Yeah, I saw some of that where there was like a 10-15 second delay by the time he put the cars on down and the tone went off. And I wonder why that is, because he's normally not like that.
Yeah, I don't know either. But otherwise, everything I've heard about it was positive. It was a great weekend for us, for JQ Racing. That young kid, Cody did really well. We had cars in every main.
How old is Cody?
15.
15, wow. And he won open, right?
Yeah, he won open truggy, open buggy. He TQ'd under 15 and was lead. He doesn't know when to like turn it down. Like his dad and I were talking, and he's just strapped like all the time. But he's gonna go up to pro. He's from Flowood as well. Young kid. He's fast. Flowood's knocking out some fast dudes, man. The little bump. You know what? Mm-hmm. I think Little Bump is I'm not trying to put pressure on him, and I know everybody thinks this, but I really do think this kid is going to be the next RC sensation. I think he is.
Yeah, I mean, he's got potential for sure, but
he's still young. He's got to enjoy it.
The problem this is the problem that you get with a lot of these kids like that, where immediately he shows that he's got talent and he's a cool kid and everybody likes him, and people gravitate towards that, and everybody starts giving advice, wanting to help out, wanting to be a part of it, wanting to be, a part of his success in some way or some shape, and even the manufacturers are guilty of it. Like, they want to jump on too, and it's like, it starts adding pressure, and then it starts, I've never really met him or his parents, so I have no idea what their, dynamic is. But if manufacturers start putting pressure on the parents, the parents then start putting pressure on the kid, and then we'll get into this with some of the sportsman stuff, but then they want to move them up too fast, and
he should have fun.
Yeah,
that's like what he should do.
Just,
I agree with you there.
You show talent, and immediately they want to put pressure on you and make you the next Ryan Mayfield. And man, that kid is 10 years away from being,
exactly,
an elite driver like that. Like, but look at Tater. Tater is a perfect example. That kid, now he had a major attitude, but he had so much talent, and the minute people started understanding who he was, and of course he had a shitty attitude, but that guy has gone downhill quick.
Yeah, he isn't even really racing much, and it's a shame because he's talented.
That he has talent, but because of his attitude partly, but because he started getting pushed and pulled in so many different directions, and people were boosting his ego, and it became unfun, and it's just like now he sucks.
Well,
he's.
I thought that Little Bump had the greatest podium pictures. He's so small. He's so cute. He's so small. And he's got his trophy that's probably almost as big as him, and he's got it above his head, and he's smiling away. And I thought, that is awesome. And I definitely think he's talented, and I'm kind of like you. I want him to have fun. Yes, people are going to make a big deal about it because we get excited about this type of stuff. We're just nerds in the field. We get excited. So... Oh, the other thing you have to eat crow about is that I don't know where you pull these things. You just must pull them out of the air. Like, oh yeah, Ongaro isn't coming to RCGP. Of course he's coming to RCGP.
Okay, that's right. So this one here, I can explain this one slightly, kind of, sort of. So I did make the comment that Ongaro was not coming to RCGP in America.
Mm-hmm.
And you corrected me on this one. You said he is coming. Now, I hope he does show up because he will just make the race that much better. But that information came straight from my ass, and my ass is never wrong. So in this particular case, I've consoled my ass, and I've punished it very, very deeply. Like I punished my ass really bad for giving me bad information.
Did you flagellate yourself?
Huh?
Did you flagellate?
Oh yeah, I did a lot of things. I mean it won't happen again. My ass is not going to be talking out of school like that again.
No, but Boots isn't coming.
But my ass did say, I'll believe it when I see it. So, when he actually shows up, then, I'll believe it when I see it.
But I know Boots isn't showing up. S-Works is just going to have Cavallari and Canas there because they're not going to bring the other S-Works like the Micha and Boots over. They're just for Europe or whatever. So
yeah,
should be good. All right.
Because to me, that's a lot of money. Because you got RCGP, and then a couple months later, they're turning right around and flying all them guys back out here for DNC.
Well, AE's got money for that. AE's just winning RC.
But AE isn't paying for
RCGP. That's all right. They'll pay for him to come to DNC, though. Which I hope, because DNC should be great this year. Because next year is a world year, and that means everybody just fucking wants to race. Woo! Yep. So we have the Nationals this weekend. That started today. It's now Wednesday, so it started today. I've paid zero attention to that. I'll pay attention to that probably as it gets closer to...
The only thing I saw was the videos that J Concepts posted with Mayfield, Cav, and Spencer turning some laps, and the track looks cool. Like it looks fun.
Yeah,
it looks like a typical indoor 10-scale track. Like, it's nothing special, and I mean it looks cool, but
yeah, I don't know. I don't get excited too much about it.
Yeah, the only thing I'll watch it just because I'm an idiot like that. But the only thing I care about is 2-0 mod and 4-0 mod. I won't watch any of the truck stuff or short course stuff.
I actually don't mind truck, but I definitely won't watch short course. All right, so we have a rant this week, and it seems to be every time after a race that we have this same rant. I'm 100% in agreement with you. Because we both saw the same thing on Facebook, and the comments have been taken down. I'm not going to say where it was or who made it.
It did? I didn't even know it got taken down.
The comments got taken down.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so
so
I did something good here.
Well, there was almost like people were getting at each other, like just like people calling names. Oh man. Like RC just brings out some bad stuff sometimes, right?
That's awesome.
And I missed all of that because I kind of got busy and I didn't see it because I was too busy watching the racing and stuff. But and you're close to the people that are involved in it. And I saw her mom made a post about it, and I really feel bad about it because I really like to see young people in this hobby/sport do well. Hobby/sport do well. next week I'm gonna have definition of hobby and sport. So we had this young girl.
No, because we're talking ebuggy here, and all electric's a hobby.
All right.
Nitro's the sport.
We're talking about a very young girl. She's only about 10. She's very popular within the. I think she's getting actually really popular nationwide. She's called Miss Bella. She races for HB. She races like E-Truggy, E-Buggy. What else does she race? Something. She races like 3 classes.
That's pretty much. She'll run short course every now and then.
Okay.
That's pretty much those two.
So she's a cute little kid. She's super popular. She's definitely improved over leaps and bounds this year. I believe she won E-Buggy at PMB and then won it again. She did. She literally beat. I mean, these grown ass man, they got their asses handed to them. But these aren't the guys complaining now because they were there racing. She won E-Buggy. She kicked ass. She beat him by a lap. She's a 10-year-old girl. She done a great job. Congratulations to her. We should all be applauding that. She did an awesome job. You know, there's hardly any females in RC anyway, especially young girls. So we should be applauding when they do good things. Like anybody, even if she wasn't a girl, we should try to encourage more females to race RC cars. So anyway, one guy got on there, and just like they said, her time's as good as open time. She should be in open, and da. And these guys aren't even these guys haven't even been to a big race. Like I know one of the guys, he's cool, but he's never even been to a big race, right? Never been to a big race. Yes, she was fast. Yes, she had times to be in open, but that doesn't mean she would have got those times in open. That's what people have to realize as well. So it just started a whole stink. You got involved, and I just think we should let that young girl have her victory.
Okay. All right. So you've covered the basics.
Yes.
But here's the issue with this situation is I don't care if it's a cute little 10-year-old girl or a cute little 10-year-old boy or a ugly ass 50-year-old guy or ugly ass 50-year-old woman. It makes no difference. Okay. The issue with the situation that happened here, and the reason why we have it at a lot of the race time events, because the race time events pull in 80 plus sportsman drivers. And that's a lot of freaking people to go race a single class at any race, right? So the problem is, in sportsmen, people view sportsmen differently, and there's no set rules for sportsmen. Anybody can race sportsmen. If I showed up to the race time race or any race and I wanted to register in sportsman, I could do so. There's no rule that says I can't. Mm-hmm. Now, a race director can be like, no, I'm not going to accept your entry. But he can do that to anybody. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. So at the end of the day, the race director can dictate who can race and who cannot race. But if I go to a race and I want to run sportsman, I have that right because there's no rule that says I can't race in that class. And
just for clarification, because a lot of people I know, like at DNC, if you have a chassis sponsor, you can't race it. It doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter at race time.
In Joey's case, he sets rules. Mm-hmm. He says, if you come to DNC and you want to run sportsman, you can't have a chassis sponsor. And I think he even says you can't have more than a 50% sponsorship with anything else, like tires or anything else like that. Now, the problem with that is it's really hard to verify that. Like the chassis sponsor, he can because he knows all the team managers. And if someone questions, hey, is this person sponsored, he can easily call up any of the team managers and say, hey, is this person on your team? And they're going to say yes or no. But it's hard to verify percentages and discounts on other stuff. So, I mean, people slip through the cracks, and it happens at DNC, and it happens at Silver State, and it happens at all of Joey's races. But sometimes it's made an issue of, sometimes it's not, and, you move on. But like any rule, Joey makes it perfectly clear. If someone protests a person, and they prove that, yes, this person does have a sponsorship and exceeds the rules that he has set for that event, he kicks him out. And the guy gets kicked out because he violated the rule. At the race time races, there is no rules. At the club races, there is no rules.
Mm-hmm.
At series races, there is no rules regarding sportsmanship. But what in this particular case with Bella, here you have a 10-year-old girl who recently, real recently, just took a big leap in her abilities. So at the beginning of the year, when her and her parents wanted to kind of figure out what races they were going to this year, and they committed to running these races, X number of races. They committed to doing all the race time races. I think they're even doing Southern Nats this year and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, here is a family that is spending tens of thousands of dollars this year going to every single major race on the East Coast. And they're not 100% sponsored people. They're 50 off people. They're paying a ton of money for tires and parts, and they're keeping up 5 8-scale cars at a race, because the dad races 2 classes, Bella races 2 classes. Sometimes they throw in short course. 5 cars. It's expensive to run that many cars.
No shit.
And they're doing it, and they're doing it on their own. And they're committed to go to these races. And yes, Bella is running Sportsman. And it should be known, which a lot of people may not know this, she's super competitive. She wants to race faster people. She wants to race in the open class. She's talked about it many, many times. But the problem is she is so competitive and she is so demanding on herself that her mom, who knows her better than anybody on the planet, knows that if she races that class and she doesn't do well in it, she's going to get super discouraged. And who knows what happens. If she gets discouraged, she could just be like, I don't want to do this anymore and be out. Or she can be trying harder and do better. You don't know what her attitude is because she's so young and anything can happen. But her mom does know her, and she knows her demeanor, and she knows where she's at in her life and her mentality and all that stuff. And it's her mom and her dad, and even I didn't have any say in it or decision in it. I gave my recommendation of saying she should race Sportsman this entire year. Mm-hmm. This is her first year on the national circuit where they are traveling to all these races. And so I told her mom, put her in Sportsman at these major races. The club races, make her run pro. At the smaller, like at the Tennessee State Championships earlier this year, she ran pro there. So at those type of races where they have just maybe a Sportsman and a pro class, I said put her in the upper classes. In the regional level size where it's split 3 ways, put her in Sportsman. Allow her to develop in a class where she is fast. She's faster than most, but it wasn't until recently. PMB was her big breakout year or her big breakout race where she really took a step above. And it wasn't her lap times weren't any faster than anybody else's, but the girl stopped wrecking. And that's what people don't understand is her lap times, although they're fast, they're faster than a lot of people's in Sportsman, but she didn't turn the fastest lap every time her car was on the track. She was up there with everybody else in Sportsman, and she turned some faster laps than some of the open guys. But where she's excelling is that she's not wrecking. She's going out and driving her car within herself And that didn't start happening until real recently. And that's why she's dominating the sportsman class right now. It's not because she's so much faster than everybody else. It's because she's consistent and she learned how to drive her damn car.
And to that argument, she raced in the under 15 ebuggy team race. And she came, I think, 5th or 6th. I don't remember exactly. So she didn't dominate there. You know, it's like you said, she's definitely developing. She's learning, like you said, she's learning not to wreck, which is just part of winning the game in sportsman anyway. And she's keeping it on all 4 wheels, and she's being consistent. But she will get faster. She should finish out this year in sportsman. Then if she wants to move up next year, she should.
Well, to me,
next year, I wouldn't even move her up.
To me, I think so. And this is just how I view sportsman class. If especially when it's divided up into 3s, sportsman, open, pro. But even on the local level where there's a sportsman and then an open class or sportsman and a pro class, sportsman is what it is, right? It is a class designed for people coming into the hobby that doesn't have the same skill set as the next level driver. And it gives them an opportunity to learn how to drive without getting in the way of the faster guys. And it's a class designed for people like Bella. What the guys that started all this shit on the internet, what they don't understand is they view sportsmen as strictly a lap time type of thing. Oh, her lap time was as fast as a guy in the open class, so she should be an open. Well, you know what? That's bullshit, because if you take the next group up, the open guys and the pro guys, then the open guys, there was a couple open guys that can turn a lap time up there with the A mainers of the pro class. But that doesn't make them fast enough to race in the pro class. If I take myself in that, I can go out and I can have a hero lap, and I can go out and turn a same lap time as, some of the fast guys, but I wreck too damn much. There's no way that I can compete with them. That's why I run in the open class. It's the classes themselves are designed by skill set. Just because Bella happens to be winning now, she wasn't winning earlier in the year. She's winning now. She's building confidence. She's building her resume, and she started the year in this class. She should finish this year in the class. Next, starting at the beginning of next year, her and her parents, they need to talk it over and be like, okay, this is what we accomplished this year. Where do we want to go next year? Do we move her up? Do we keep her down? What are we doing next year? What races are we running next year? And then you can decide what class to run in. And I'm sure, I have no doubt she'll run the open class because she wants to get faster. And obviously when you race faster people, you get faster. So in her case, and as competitive as she is, she will move up. I have no doubt about it. But the next big race that they have coming up is going to be Southern Nats. They're already registered in sportsmen at Southern Nats. And in that particular race, they can't change their entry because it's a sold out race.
And it's capped.
So they're stuck there because they already paid for their entry, and they can't just say, we're going to change this time, because this is their game plan going forward. And because some dickhead online wants to sit there and question her parents and their judgment of their own daughter, that's what pissed me off on this whole thing. They're sitting back, not even at the race. They're sitting back looking at race results and looking at lap times and saying, oh, race time entertainment, this is why I don't go to race time entertainment races, because they allow this to happen. Well, you know what? They don't always allow that to happen. They don't really allow it at all. Their kind of rule of thumb at the race time races is in the first round of qualifying, if a driver is clearly faster, I think what the actual rule is if their TQ time in, say, sportsman is fast enough to put them in the top 3 of the next class up. So it'd be sportsman to open, open to pro. If your TQ time is fast enough to put you in the top 3 of the next class, they automatically move you up in the first round. After that, the race goes on as it is. And that's fair. Like, you can't take somebody, if somebody bombed the first round and they go in the second round and they had an awesome run and TQ'd the second round, and then you want to go in and throw them in for the main. Like, that's not fair to the driver either, because they had one amazing round of qualifying.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's
a shame.
just the way how their race is. And that's, again, it's their rules and it's their set. Like, this is how they run their races. And because some guy on the internet wants to question Race Time Entertainment or question Bella's parents on why they don't move her up, when he's not even at the race, for one. And two, even if he was at the race, who the fuck is he to sit there and tell his parents, oh, you should move her up, you should want her to get faster? That's part of the fucking problem that we have in this hobby, is people move their kids up too fast because they see a little bit of talent in them. And they think that, oh my God, my kid's got talent. I'm going to move him up so that he could go race Ryan Mayfield and get lapped 50 fucking times. But at least we race in my Ryan Mayfield. Like, I look at myself as a parent. There's no way in hell I would put my kids in anything other than sportsman for the next 5 years. I don't care if they won every single race. Unless they're TQing and their times are far better than anybody else in the next class up, they're staying in the lowest class they can, because I want them to develop confidence. And winning it's always fun when you win, right?
Yes, of course.
And that's part of what this hobby is having fun. So if you go to a race and you're winning, you're having fun and you're enjoying it, and you're going to keep coming back and you're going to keep developing, and you want to get better and you want to get faster. But if a parent moves their kid up too fast and then their kid gets lost, and look at the open rate at the open classes at Wicked, they had 5 heats of them. If Bella was to run open, there's no way. I mean, she may have made the main, maybe.
Open is competitive, dude. At this race,
it's so much more competitive. It's so much more aggressive. Mm-hmm. And then what people lose sight of is the mental aspect of this hobby. Like, when I'm on the track and I'm racing a club race and I know I'm faster than everybody else, I do better. I don't wreck as much. But when I go to a race and I have Mayfield, or I have people that I know are faster than me in my race, I push myself harder, which causes more wrecks, and then I do shittier. Like, it's just, is that a word, shittier? I don't know if it is. I don't know. Use it anyway. I do worse, because I'm putting more pressure on myself, and I want to do good because I want to beat these guys. But you wreck more because you're putting more pressure on yourself.
I agree. And she's a 10-year-old girl. Let her have fun. You know what she needs to do? She needs to run nitro. That's what I like to see. She should stay in sportsman and run nitro.
Run nitro.
Yes.
She does not need to run nitro. No, she doesn't. Nitro, see, again, right here, this is your fucking problem. You want to push everybody to the glory nitro, right?
Yes.
Gotta run nitro. What you keep failing to understand is nitro is a completely other ball game. It is so difficult to run nitro.
That's why you need to start young.
It is the most challenging class you can do. And if you look at their race program right now, they have 5 cars that they're dealing with right now.
Somebody's got to stop racing or drop her class.
You want to throw a nitro in there?
Yes.
Hell no. That is the worst thing they can do.
Drop ebuggy, drop short course. Her dad can run 40 plus ebuggy and she can run nitro, because you know why? It will make her faster.
It may, but when she's ready for it, she needs, and this is strictly my opinion, she needs to keep doing what she's doing right now and keep kicking everybody's ass and keep building confidence and keep winning. And then next year, if Dad wanted to drop one or his classes and just wrench for her, then you could throw a nitro in. Or if Dad wanted to just race 40 plus, and she needs to eliminate a class. There's the two things that are so hard that people do in this hobby is they race too many classes and too many types of classes. It is hard to go from nitro to ebuggy. It is hard to go from nitro to ebuggy to truggy back to nitro again. It is so fucking hard to do all of that.
They bring so many bad habits with nitro. Like ebuggy, you have that unlimited power. Truck, you have that, they're so stable compared to buggies. It's just, you get developed bad habits with them both, I feel.
Well, with all of it, like in my particular case, I suck at ebuggy because I've raced nitro for so long. And it's hard for me to go between the two. For one, that's why I dropped ebuggy, because when I started racing ebuggy and nitro buggy, my nitro runs suffered because I don't have the skill set, or I don't have the mental capacity, whatever the hell it is, I have no idea, but I don't have the ability to just flip a switch and go from car to car. It's easier for me to go from nitro buggy to nitro truggy, but when you throw those E classes in there, it is a different driving style, and it takes a skill set that 90% of the people racing in our hobby right now don't have. And people don't understand that. They don't get that.
No, I understand 100%.
That is one of the biggest things that I tell people when they say, I'm just struggling. I'm like, what classes are you running? And they'll tell me the class. I'm like, dude, drop everything and just run one. Pick your favorite class and go race that, and then see if you improve.
And you will save money.
And you're going to save a ton of money.
Well, Miss Bella, you keep doing what you're doing. If you I feel bad for her. She's a 10-year-old girl. Her mom had to come on and defend her. She's just having fun, man. And that's the most important thing.
It is, and it's sad. To me, it's sad. And it's super pathetic that these... And I'm not even going to use the word grown-ass men because that's always thrown around. And personally, I don't know who the fuck they are. They could be grown-ass kids. I have no idea. But anybody, it doesn't matter who you are, two things, to go online and like he on this particular post, he didn't even do it on his personal page. He did it in a group page, which automatically sparks more people.
Oh, it had like 175 comments or something.
Oh yeah, right. And so if he did it on his own page, so be it. I would have never saw it because I'm not friends with him. So it would have just been him and his little fucking clique of sportsman guys that just want to bitch about anything and everything. So that's fine. Keep it between you and your little clique. But if you're going to go on a group page and you want to start some shit on a group page, you better be ready to defend your actions. And when I came after him, then they kind of backtracked a little bit and they're just like sticking to their guns. Well, she needs to be moved up. She needs to move up. Well, why? Because you fucking say so? Because she can kick your ass and you're tired of getting beat by a 10-year-old girl? Is that why you want her to move up? Well, I don't think that was the case because they don't ever leave their little fucking hole in the wall that they're in over there. So it's not the fact that she's kicking their ass. So it's got to be because they had a friend that was at Wicked Weekend and she was kicking their friend's ass and their friend was probably bitching to them about it. So then they felt the need to go online and post some shit about it because their friend, who's obviously probably smart enough not to do that because they know the wrath of shit that's going to come after them if you come after some little 10-year-old girl. But seriously, the sportsman guys, if you're going to be a die-hard sportsman guy and you're never going to get out of the class, that's fine. That's what that class is designed for. You can develop the rest of your life in that class. But don't criticize somebody else for coming in there, learning how to drive, getting better, and then winning. Eventually, they will move out. They will. but it needs to be on their terms, not because you're tired of getting your ass handed to you by this particular person. When they are ready to move up, they will move up. Nobody wants to, again, if you have some sort of any type of competitiveness in you, and you know you can compete with faster drivers, you're gonna go compete with the faster drivers. You know it. That's being human. You want to beat the best, whether it's the best in your class or the best in the world. If I could compete with Mayfield, I would go race Mayfield every week. But I can't. So I have no desire to race a dude. Like when I'm racing those guys, I'm in the way. I'm getting lapped every other lap. Like I can't. They're so fucking good. I can't even get out of the way fast enough.
Yeah,
and that's
I agree.
not fun. That's not fun for me, and that's not fun for anybody else that they're racing. It's not fun for them. Like, why? So if you take a sportsman driver and you move them up into the open class, and then the open drivers that are in that top 3 or top 5 regularly, like they're the sportsman driver who just went up into this class, they're going to be in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Even if their lap times were equal to them in the sportsman class, their overall times are not going to be the same because it's a different class and it's a different breed of people. There's more aggression. They take it more seriously. It's just different.
I agree, man. And I thought it was just crappy, and it seems to happen every time. I mean, AMS, Jason, our guy, kid Jason won, and some people had something to say because he had a JQ shirt on, and like, oh, sponsors, and blah, 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 blah. But like, man, he's a kid. He just won his first big race. Like, be happy for him. You know, I don't care what car he's driving.
Yeah, and even the discount side of it. So the sponsorship side. Oh, God, if you're sponsored, you shouldn't be able to race in the sportsman class. And that's a bunch of bullshit.
I agree.
Because your discount doesn't dictate your skill level.
Yep.
Not in today's society. So you can be the nicest guy in the world and get 100% in this industry. But you can be the shittiest driver. And that doesn't mean that you should go run the pro class because you're 100% sponsored driver. Or even in your case, you're a team manager.
Mm-hmm.
So you're a team manager. And
I am?
JQ,
I don't know what I am most days.
I know JQ doesn't even give you shit for free because he's such a fucking tightwad. But if you got your shit for free, you still should go race in the sportsman class. You race like once a fucking year, and you got a fucked up arm.
You know,
like, you got no business running anything but sportsman.
Mike Hill tells me all the time, you should just run sportsman. It's like, no, I can't run sportsman. My ego won't let me do that. But I wouldn't mind running sportsman.
Screw your ego. You race like once a year, and you got a fucked up arm. Like, you should be running sportsman.
Well, it's been over a year now since I raced. So, yeah. It's a long time going. I need to get a car. That's what I need. I'm going to get one. I'm going to make sure I get one. I'm going to kill Joseph and stuff him in the trash can or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, again, it doesn't matter.
No, I agree.
Your discount, it doesn't matter how long you've been in the hobby. None of that shit matters. Those classes are broke up for a skill set environment. And just because a person starts the year and is doing, she wasn't winning at the beginning of the year. She wasn't winning midway through the year. She had her first big breakout race at PMB, and then she's been kicking ass ever since, which is amazing to see because you can see the confidence in her now. You can see her building, and to take that away and throw her in the next class to where she has to start all over again, I don't know her well enough to know if she is prepared for that or ready for that, but why push that?
Yeah.
Because she's beating a few sportsman guys and they don't like it.
And you know what? If she went to like DNC, the level of sportsman's even higher there. You know what I mean?
Well, look, she went to Silver State last year.
Did she?
She's like, I want to say she was like in the last freaking main.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
You know, so, I mean, it's not like she's going to every single race she races and she's just dominating. She's doing good right now because she's not wrecking. It's not because she's so much faster than anybody else. It's because she's not wrecking and she's driving her car. Like, the sportsman guys should embrace her and be like, I want to be like that. Let me go out here. Let me turn down the speed of my ebuggy a little bit. Let me actually drive the car and not wreck. I guarantee you'll compete with her then.
Yeah, I agree. I just want to see her keep racing, and I want to get more young kids involved because that is the future. Yes, we need everybody involved in RC, but definitely need young people because we're going to get old and die like dinosaurs of RC that we will be. Digging up.
And parents need to stop making their kids move up in class too soon. Let your fucking kid win. Let him win a lot. Get that trophy room to where there is wall-to-wall fucking sportsman or rookie trophies or whatever class it is. Maybe he goes straight into the open and he's dominating open. Let him get wall-to-wall open trophies before you put him in pro.
Mm-hmm.
Like, go in stages. Take it 1 year at a time. Like, we see, just like the new kid. Yeah. Like, we see the talent in him, and immediately we want to, like, make him go race the fastest in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And we expect him to be able to handle that. And we forget they're kids. They don't have the mental capacity to understand that. And they don't understand why they can't compete. And they get frustrated and they get upset. And some improve, some don't. But, I mean, look at Spencer. Spencer, he's been racing a long time. A really, really long time. People don't really understand that. They just, because he's so recent and he kind of just won like that big Worlds and everybody, he's a household name now.
Well,
but it took him a long time to get to that point.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know he raced Nitro prior to getting that world title.
Yeah.
But he started in Nitro.
Yeah. Look at Tebow, Cav, and Mayfield. You would think the way people talk, they were like 50. They're only 32, 33. They've just been racing and have been at the top of the top level racing for since they were 14, 15 years old.
Yeah, I mean, what people don't get, and this is something that I've told a lot of people, that a lot of kids, not just super young kids, but even, teenagers kind of coming in, they're like, I want to make a career of this. And what they don't understand is our fastest drivers, our elite drivers, being Tebow, Mayfield, Spencer, all of these kids, right? What they don't understand is in their lives, when those kids were coming up and for whatever reasons, their parents allowed them to virtually drop out of school. And RC was 7 days a week. And like in Spencer's case, Spencer at least graduated, but he went homeschooled. So he dropped out of school, but went homeschooled, which allowed him to do the travel schedule and all that stuff. If your parents are not on board with you being able to do RC 7 days a week, and you are at the track at least a minimum of 4 days a week, you are not going to be the next Ryan Mayfield. You are not going to be the next Jared Tebow, Cavallari, Spencer. You're not. It takes that kind of dedication to be that type of driver. And it takes it at a young age, and it is years of doing nothing but RC 7 days a week before you get to that level.
It takes that type of dedication to be the top of anything you do.
Anything. Like athletes, your pro athletes, those guys give their lives up. Look at Olympics. Any Olympian. Those people, that's all they do. They drop out of school and go to Colorado to the Olympic arena over there, and that's all they do. That's it. They don't do anything else. They give up their lives because they love this so much. if your parents are not on board with you doing that, giving up everything for this one thing, you're never going to be that driver. It's not going to happen.
And like I always ask this to these guys, it's like, do you feel like you missed out on part of life, like regular life, like going to regular high school and having regular friends and doing all that type of stuff? Like, I think maybe like the early guy that probably didn't do that was like Mayfield, because he kind of went to school, had a regular job, you know, because Jason was telling me one time, like, he worked at a tire shop and stuff like that. But like Cav and Tebow, like, they kind of, you know, I guess they're kind of living their lives now, because they were just run racetracks and RC nerds like us for all their lives. Like, you know, that's not a normal life, you know, like kids have to go to school, such a sacrifice to be at that. And I just, you know, do you really want to do it? Like, you know, there's other things in life besides RC. There's sports, there's girls, there's, you know, like the all-American dream, proms and all that stuff. Like, they missed all of that stuff. Like,
yeah,
you know, so
I mean, I did when I was growing up. I didn't go to my high school graduation because it was on the same weekend as a race.
Yeah,
and I went to the race. I didn't go to any of my school functions because if they were on weekends. I stopped playing football. Why? Because football got in the way of my racing. Like, there's sacrifices that you're willing to do, and in my particular case, I still sucked. Like, I did all this shit, and I still sucked. I wasn't good at it. Like, I was never on their level, but my passion and my love for the hobby, it's still what I wanted to do. So I was willing to give up those things because I had more fun doing this than I did that.
Mm-hmm.
And my parents, I was in a position where my parents can flip the tab for me to go to all these races and travel the national scene and go, you know, overseas to race and all that stuff. Like, I was in a unique situation where I could be able to have that and do that. Most people are not.
No, exactly.
Now, I had, in my particular case, I had everything going for me except talent. Like, I just didn't have that part. Like, the one piece of the puzzle, and it's a small piece, like, it's just a really, really, really small piece of the puzzle I didn't have. But that's what keeps me from being able to say I'm an elite driver or ever would be. You know, the talent part,
it's important.
Although it's a small part, it's like the most important part. You got to have that.
Yeah. I agree, man. I agree. And you got to have good work ethic. If you can have okay talent, just enough talent, and have great work ethic, you'll be great. If you have abundant talent and you don't have the work ethic, it will show as well. You know, so all good. We've been ranting on for an hour, but I hope people learn something about this. I mean, you know, we should be encouraging. I know we rant and talk about people and stuff like that and tease, but we try to offer solutions on this. But man, let that young girl enjoy her ebuggy win at a great track. It was a great race. I want to say congratulations to Dave, everybody that won. Did well. Congratulations to, obviously, I'm happy about Cody and those guys who did well in Open. It was a good weekend. And it was a positive, great weekend for RC, I would say. And it's good to see that.
Yep, I totally agree.
All right, good buddy. Well, remember, guys, check out Jeff on Track Walk. We got a lot of cool podcasts coming out. Check out Extra Lap, State of RC, Joe Zaire's one, Ran Out of Talent, Race Like a Girl. If I could go on, it's so many RC podcasts coming out. So we try to share and try to support them as well, you know, because podcasting is awesome. And we will release the Keaton tapes one day. We will release them.
No, you won't.
Well, I have nothing to lose from that.
You're so scared to release the Keaton tapes. Those things, I mean, that's going to be so, like,
you're insane.
Like, people are going to be like, oh my God, he just said that? Are you fucking serious?
I know. If JQ says, no, we can't release that, then it's bad. So, all right, Jeff, man. Well, good luck this weekend. Tell all the JQ boys I said what's up. I hope you guys have a good weekend and do well. And have fun.
I will.
All right, good buddy. Thank you for your time.
All right, bye.
Bye. So that concludes our podcast for this week. This is episode 39, signing off. We're 11 away from 50. Wow, that's pretty amazing. 50 is going to be a big number. We got to do something special for 50.
I want to say thank you to all of the listeners, man. I appreciate the support that you guys give us. You know, the hashtag NNRC Squad. Joseph just sent me some pictures. We got some Euro swag, got some signed bodies and wheels and wings from the Euros as well as RCGP. So we're going to figure out a way to give those away when he comes over to America. Man, we cannot do this without you guys. All the guys who send me messages, I try to answer all of you, just chat to you guys. Remember, man, like and share this podcast. We're almost at 2,000 likes on Facebook. You know, we can't do this without you. So I appreciate everything that you do. And I wanted to shout out to our sponsors because we can't do it without them either. Shout out to RCMX, Euro RC. I love saying there, Logan. Just RC, no bullshit. Techno RC, JQ Racing, Beach RC, Assault RC, BK Servers, 454 RC Works, and Bipolar Designs. Remember, guys, showing our sponsors love shows the podcast love. We have promo codes for most of our sponsors, and if you don't have a promo code, just tell them that you heard about that company from Lefty on the No Name RC podcast, and I'm sure they will hook you up. Episode 40 should be good. I'm gonna give it should be good. So we'll see. I think it's gonna be a world champion, an ex-world champion we're gonna have on her, and it should be good. Thank you for your support. Enjoy your racing this weekend. I believe the Mugen Challenge is on as well as the Nats. Good luck to everybody at the Nationals. Enjoy it. And remember, Nitro is the glory, but ebuggy pays the bills. And if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Oh, and if you ain't having fun, it does not make sense. Have a good weekend.
Thank you for listening to the No Name RC podcast. Please tune in next time for more fresh RC content. And if you can, please also support us on patreon.com/thequagrain. We will greatly appreciate it. And don't forget, Nitro is the glory.